So our session last time, we started by falling back through the portal after we got shot at, and we healed a little bit. We talked things through, like a lot of time. We talked it for a while. We've also field stripped some of our weapons and tried to figure out why they wouldn't work. Uh, Eventually, we just decided to go through the third button on the teleporter. 428 and Lexian went through first. We ended up in a forested area that looked well maintained. The lawn looked immaculate. Uh, After that, the rest of the group came through. We saw an open door to a bunker, and we talked a little bit, figured out who was wearing what, uh, and doing all that. When we started walking towards the open bunker, a swarm of bugs found us and bit a couple people, namely, what was it, Jinx, Gino, and 428. Uh, Then the swarm disappeared. We eventually tested out a disintegrator pistol to see if that worked, and it did. The tree was gone. After that, we headed into the bunker, where we saw, uh, I said, rows upon rows of tubes heading into vats and lots of mechanical wiring, things hooked up to other things, along with some wheat and gourds and other farmed items placed at the bottom of the vats. Studied it for a second and said it looked like they were placed there reverently, like somebody was worshiping the machines. At that point, Jinx hears a little bit of humming and uh, takes point while we try and find it. After about 40-ish minutes, we all start hearing the humming, and some of us try to stealth while Gino and 428 go up and just start to talk to him. His name is Shadeen, or Sheeden, and he's very friendly. Of course, we didn't understand him at first, but then uh, we started using the stones. He asked us a couple questions. We asked how he's doing, how his town was doing. We asked for directions, but then he's just like, "I'll just take you in the morning." Uh, at that point, it was getting kind of late, so we decided to split up and look for clues. Uh, some of us looked for gun parts or anything that we can use for gun parts. Gino instead decided to look at the consoles and spent 4 hours making little gasps of "What? No, really?" And he found his 428s and Jinx's DNA codes in the machine. He also found around 50,000 human codes and 5,000 Varger codes. Uh, Lexian and Jinx then wander off to figure out their guns. And while Lexian was working on his on a table, Sheeden just kind of walks up, field strips the cannon, puts it back together, makes it click, sits it down, starts talking to me, but since I don't understand him, he just kind of looks at me weird and then walks away. Uh, at the end of that, Gino's the only one who got any weapon to work. Uh, but then he offers a disintegrator pistol to Lexian. Next morning, we exit the bunker, and we all notice the giant wall that we somehow missed the day before. Uh, but we also see smoke rising above that. Uh, Lexian puts Sheeden on his back and takes off running towards the wall. Sheeden directs us there. Doors closed. 428 decides to cut it open. We get inside, see fields with a town in the middle. The town is on fire. We do a recon check, and it looks like Varger are attacking. And we just say, this might not be a good time to be here. So we start retreating after Sheeden tells us to find the custodian in the tower beyond the death zone, which is beyond the hills past the halls of the Maker. Uh, so we take off back the way we went, and we reach the teleporter pedestal, where I think Gino realized that we were being followed. We also noticed that the doors to the bunker were closed, So we just kind of ran past it into the woods and up the mountain. Once we got to the other side, we descended. We noticed that it was, I think, Sour noticed that it was a very oxygen-rich environment. And then Gino remembered that with an increase in oxygen, bug size also increases. So there were the possibility of some pretty big insects. We happened across a swarm of ants that were just normal sized. Uh, the people that were not suited up take a little bit of damage, and eventually everybody gets suited up. We lose that first swarm, find a lake, and find a second swarm. Uh, wasn't looking good, so Lexian jumped into the water with Sheeden on his back because he was the only one not suited up at that point. Eventually, the swarm moved on, and we just kind of kept going. We found a bunch of pipes that seemed to be pumping all the oxygen out. And then the not so fun part. We ran into a swarm of hummingbird sized maggots that are not very good looking. Everybody gets hit with them except for, I think, Sour. She gets hit with two. And everybody just starts taking damage like crazy. Jinx goes to hit one of the maggots with her sword and it shatters as if it was chalk. Lexian and Eamon both use some Psi to essentially force punch some of the maggots and kill them. Eventually, they're all dead or burrowing, and Gino and Jinx start performing medic checks to get everybody or to get all the maggots out. Unfortunately, 428 dies, and the old man has died too because well, he wasn't in good shape. Uh, we ventured forward a little bit farther and found a hedgerow of carnivorous plants. Uh, Jinx and Lexian both shoot the disintegrator pistols to create a hole. We run through. Unfortunately, two of us are not fast enough. The good doctor is now a pile of bones and meat. And same with Danny. Uh,
Did
literally,
Danny die? I forgot about
yeah,
that.
Danny died. And I said,
I
may he rest
completely
in
forgot about
pieces.
that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, on the other side, once we were all on the other side of the hedgerow, we just kind of kept going a little bit. A droid floated down to us from the tower
Okay.
and started speaking to us in multiple languages, eventually coming into, what was it, Anglic? Or whatever the
Yeah,
common
Anglic.
tongue is. Yeah. And he's like, "What are you doing here? How did you get here? And what's going on?" I Lexian started answering, but we just pulled Failsafe to the front and had her explain what was going on. You know, Failsafe, who was there the entire time that we completely forgot about. Uh, Eventually, the droid pulled out a little ball that paralyzed us, both mind and body, and took us to the to the tower, where he used a more advanced teleportation hub to teleport us to the new place, which was like a space station. When we got there, it was Gino and 428 were standing there in all of their naked glory. Uh, and like we just kind of landed there and were pointed out a window, and it was the planet that Lexian saw in his nightmares. And I did like this quote: "A place where up is down and left is nowhere. A place where you can climb and keep descending deeper and deeper." Eventually, three more droid walk up, welcoming us and paralyzing us again, because, you know, that's always fun. Where we were taken to meet the small godlike figure, the grandfather. We were all overcome and wished to prostrate ourselves in front of him when I guess the grandfather, using one of the droids, says, "I am grandfather. You are in grave danger. You must understand." And then we all went unconscious, essentially fading to black.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Dun, dun, dun. That was good.
Yes.
What I
Mhm.
think I missed last time was when he says what should have happened to is when he says you're in grave danger. He also telepathically would have transmitted an image of that narwhal-shaped ship of seven, um, sort of breaking through the teleporter into this pocket dimension, and then um, saying, you must understand, and then yeah, where you finish there. That was the additional piece that I think I had left out last time. My bad.
Okay.
So that was the one little teensy beensy piece that's somewhat important, but I forgot. Yeah, cool. You want to give me a D6? We'll end of the chapter.
A D6 this time.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
You got this.
Got a
So
3.
it's possible. It's possible we might not even end up using it.
Hey, I
But why
mean,
not?
it'd be fine.
Never know. Never know. But yeah, cool. Excellent. Anybody have any questions or anything about the recap? Any of the information there? You guys want to chat with each other about it? Anything there before we jump straight in?
I think I'm good to go.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I
Oh,
was
go
gonna say
ahead.
I should be okay. I
Yeah.
forgot that person died too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Danny died.
The person.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gino
Whoops.
died, and 428 died, and I
I
swear
remember Gino's
somebody
dying.
was just
Yeah.
happy to
Yeah.
kill somebody.
But yeah, no, I
I was
should
getting
be
a little, I
good.
was getting a little punchy at the end. The I
You
mean,
really were.
you
Those
guys don't
maggots.
know, but that zone, that area was literally called the Death Zone. So I was just glad that it was living up to its name. It's just like you get so used to throwing things at players and then just dog walking it, and it was finally a time where something was living up to its name, and I was just like, wow, this actually turned out to be really horrible for you guys. This is great. I mean, awful, but great. And like ultimately, it was for me at least I mean maybe awful for you guys, but at the same time like yeah, it sucks. Like, I'm not super happy that Gino lost like his gun and everything, but like I got to kill you guys, but also like not kill you guys. So it worked out. It worked out well. Like it's a win-win for me. So I had fun. Yeah. So sorry.
You got to
Yeah.
murder with no repercussions.
Yeah. The joy is all coming back to me now. All the giggles are getting coming back. Oh man. Yeah, I did have a little bit of bless there. I apologize. But yes, cool. So yeah, as things sort of begin to fade to black for you, for all of you, your collective consciousnesses, conscious eye, consciousness, are somehow pulled from your bodies, in like a true out of body experience, and just pulled from your bodies, pulled from this station, and hurled across space. Right, you pass through the portal of this pocket dimension, where you see, like I said earlier, that narwhal shaped horn with the spikes coming out of it, and that kind of opalescent purpley color of that ship of seven breaking its way in. You can see it as the tip of it begins to pass through the portal into this pocket dimension. Just crackles of lightning coming off of it, with just rippling with power and sort of that just uh, latent just fear and energy, and power. And you hear grandfather's voice again, just saying, I was the first of my race to dream of the stars. I led them out into the universe. I built this civilization. I am Yasquadre, grandfather, the maker of the makers of minds. You are flung even farther into the darkness of space before things go completely black. And then you wake in your beds. The memories, or were they dreams? You're not sure. Of your lives as Jinx, Lexian, and Gino are there at the backs of your brains as if they're passive observers of your lives now as Gvor, Emyakoi, and Ayude. And it matters not whoever Jinx, Lexian, and Gino were. because you're the precursors, trusted agents of Yasko Dre and the Drawing High Council, and you've been sent on a mission that requires your undivided attention and focus. And you think maybe both consciousnesses are there, quilted together or somehow overlapping. But even that puzzle or problem doesn't seem to be a problem or a puzzle worth figuring out right now. I'll have you turn your attention to Roll20, where in a few seconds there will be a handout for each of you with your identities as Gavor, Emyakoi, and Ayude. You can take a second to kind of read up and remind yourselves of your identities. Some of the information there you may want to keep to yourselves just because, you don't go around sharing your every inner monologue with your coworkers. And, sure, you may be a party, but ultimately you are just coworkers on this mission for the High Council. Additionally, in the notes of these handouts, there is some other information you might want to look at. Josh, you should have yours now. Then go. Alex, you should have yours. Going in the order that they pop up in. So Courtney, you should have yours. Once you're ready, you feel like you've got a good understanding of your identity, let me know, and I'll catch you up on your mission, as well as the current state of the Droid Empire.
Okay, I like these skills so far. Those are pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the handout too, if you click on it and open it up, should give you all of your character notes, background information, all that stuff as well. Give you a little more of your thought process, who you are, where you come from, all that good stuff. Especially for Ayude, you might have, it refers to you as a sport. If you have questions on that sort of stuff, let me know. I can answer that.
Okay.
That involves like drawing society and castes and things like that. I can give you that background. If I can get that opened. Yeah, actually, I think I can open it over here. Why don't we get like this? Oh my goodness. 19%.
I think I might be okay. I'll just keep referencing this religiously.
Yeah. You,
But I think I have a like mindset idea.
Cool. Yeah. Gavor, I feel like is. Yeah. Right. Gavor's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, they are very aggressive, which I could do aggressive.
And also, yeah, you are all hyper intelligent, right? You are all beyond genius level intellect, and I don't know if it's in the description. But you all have like not only does it come like when it talks about having access to incredible resources, technology, things like that, you are all you think about traditional like traveler characteristics, you guys are all off the charts with those sorts of things with like the with education and that sort of stuff. You guys are all like 18, 19, 20, whatever. So you're all Gavor maybe, hyper aggressive. Gavor's also a genius. Like Gavor's also super genius. You're all incredibly, yeah. You've all been elevated to serve these ancient beings.
I think I should be good.
Cool.
Why does that change that too? That is not right.
What's that?
I pulled out uh the precursor thing into another window, and when I try to zoom in on that window, like increase the size of it, it increases
Oh,
the
yeah,
size of my normal window, and I'm like, I don't want that.
yeah, yeah. It's frustrating. Like, you can't zoom in once you like beyond just like expanding it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so it's a little I guess I probably could have like copied those into the copy and pasted from the PDF.
Okay. Yeah, I think it all makes sense. The only thing would be that if there's something special about that class that I'm in, if
Yeah.
it's like if they've got a like different sort of cultural situation going on, or if they're just like higher echelon.
Yeah. So I guess good chance to get a little first quick die roll. Do you want to give me a just quickly? It's going to be drawing cultures analysis.
Okay. What is a 10? A 10's a +1, right?
10 is a plus.
10 is a +1, yes.
Plus one,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So you got what, 3?
Yep.
2 in drawing cultures.
So that gives me a 9.
9, cool. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you know pretty well. Drain culture is subdivided into 6 different castes, so it is a caste structure. And not only that, it's there is a there is an actual physiological differences between the various drawing castes. Like, the soldier caste, and there are some subdivisions in amongst those various castes as well. But this, like the soldier caste, they are physically larger and stronger. They typically are like close to 2 meters tall, whereas you might like the technician droids are tend to be quite a bit smaller. Um, as do a lot of the like leaders tend to be, you know, a little bit on the smaller side. That's a separate cast. Leaders, technicians, drones, which are responsible for bearing young and like raising young in society. Warriors, workers, they tend to be least intelligent, also the most docile. It's sort of it's a very weird sort of culture, but sports, which is sort of the caste that you fall into, are an exception of societal norms for droids, because droid culture is very collective based. Sports are the exception to that rule, where sports tend to operate on the fringes of droid society, where they almost usually operate in as individuals. So typically that means that they are most often sent into roles and can function away from society in extended periods. So they will be often sent out as like explorers, can be found working as prospectors, traders, things like if diplomats, where they will be sent to live in another like empire or
Mhm.
like region to so where they are away from joint culture, and they just sort of have the psychological and physiological makeup where that does not can bother them as much. Um, yeah, that is the sort of the sport existence.
Sweet.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a rugged individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they operate because they can function with little oversight. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Cool. So, you guys also have an artificial intelligence, a very advanced one, a custodian AI on your ship, there to assist you in whatever way you need. Is who is kind of explaining your current mission. You've been sent by the High Council. Custodian kind of comes up. You're on board the Imperial starship Kryn Yoath, en route to the human birth world on the fringes of the Empire. It is currently, yeah, they give the world the back of your heads. You know that as 310,000 years ago, in the time of Jinx, Gino, and Lexian. So this is a long time ago. Um, the core of the Droid Empire is currently around tech level 18 or 19. At the fringes of the Empire, mostly operates at tech level 16, 17. You're all armed with personal fusion pistols, fusion weapons. Most droid warships or droid Empire warships use disintegrator weapons as their primary weapons. They're protected by black globe generators. Self-aware AIs like the Custodian are possible, but not super common. Travel via starship or shuttle is usually the most common way to travel. There have been experiments in teleporter technology, but it is not a used technology for travel currently. Power is generated using microfusion power plants, and communication is still limited to slower than light mesons or jump 6 jump torpedoes. So sticking messages in a little jump torpedo, boom, send it 6 sectors away. So still much more advanced than whatever those consciousnesses are in the backs of your heads, but not as what they would understand of as ancient technologies quite yet. Some notable recent events: the creation of the Vargur sort of just happened fairly recently. Space-wise speaking, and the Empire has most recently had clashes with an alien race called the Varsheen. The Varsheen are currently in full retreat, and the Empire's fleets are occupying their outer colonies and planning an assault on the Varshian homeworld. As I said, your current mission, you are all on board the starship Crinioath, en route to the human birth world on the fringes of the Empire. You've been tasked by the High Council with a vital mission. You are to acquire a human tribe and transplant it to another world for future cultivation. And when you transplant it there, you're also to establish a observation station somewhere within the system to observe the transplanted human colony over the course of their development. Because again, you guys operate on a much larger time scale than most beings would think of as possible. Other transplanted colonies have proved that the species is very amenable, the human species is very amenable to upgrades and engineered evolution if the random factors align, and your transplanted tribe will be equally successful. That is not a question, that is your dictate. The Crinioath is a standard transport with only moderate defensive weapons. You are unlikely to encounter hostile forces within Imperial space, but that may change as you get closer to the borderlands. The Varshian Caliphate's fleet has been destroyed, but the Renegade League of New Thought and the hostile Tua might have ships in one of the systems between here and your destination. The ship's internal factories can assemble more weapons pods, but that will consume resources. And you will have to make, if you have to make more weapons, you will have less to work with when you reach the human birth world. And you are expected to collect about this one particular tribe of about 500 people, 500 humans. And ideally, the goal is to do it with as little disruption and trauma to them as possible.
So are these like truly primitive tribes then?
These are Homo neanderthalis,
Okay.
Neanderthalinus, yes, not Homo sapiens. They're hunter-gatherers using stone tools to bring down mammoths and other prey. They are truly primitive. Yes. And your ship is a lot similar to the ship that you guys were on previously. If you think about this, that like core ship with a lot of little pods, although travel between all the various pods, which can be repurposed for sort of whatever needs you may have, is done via all of various iris valves, not done by transporter. So yeah, can your first task is getting from here to there. What's your best course of action?
I mean, is there any reason a direct jump route wouldn't be best course of action?
Are you asking each other or just the AI?
I guess just the AI. I mean, we know there's potential hostiles, but
Yeah.
like, is there a longer, safer path around the hostiles, or is direct path going to be? Because if direct path is no more dangerous than the longer path, you're in the danger less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the AI just shrugs its tentacles. That's your decision to make. You could theoretically, you could possibly, I suppose, you could plot a path that would be, longer, but may take you away from, away from danger. A more unexpected route you may find that you're less likely to be intercepted.
I mean, personally, I'm for taking the safest route. We end up in situations where we're using weapons and we have to use resources that lessens our chance of success when we get where we're going.
I agree with that.
a situation where someone would be best to plot? Do we need like somebody make a roll to plot a course?
Yes. Can you give me a subterfuge and coordination check? One of you can do that.
I have
Subterfuge is the skill, coordination is the trait.
I have a +1 in that. I guess I'll roll it.
Yeah, because that's better than one. Because I've got a 1 in subterfuge, but then I've only got 5, which I think is a -1.
Yeah, it's -1.
For cooperation or coordination. So,
Or is it cooperation?
no, it's coordination.
Coordination. Yeah. All right. That is a 9.
Okay. Yeah, you think you found using gas giants to sort of refuel and things like that. You think you found a way that you can get to Earth with that will be a little more subtle. It takes you a little longer, but again, you're not super concerned about time. So yeah. Yes, you get to Earth, and there is a location on Earth's map. It is a small sort of valley encircled by ice, but the valley itself seems to be getting some sort of geothermal warmth or activity, and there is, as the scans pick up, life there. There are the humanoid life forms there. They're scattered, but there are 500 of these little life forms around. Now the true question is, how are you going to pick up 500 people and get them on board your crazy spaceship? 500 Neanderthals. But yeah, I mean, so with as little trauma as possible, the goal is to collect all 500, get them on board the Crinioath, keep them alive during the. It'll probably take you a year to get them to your destination. Yeah, so those are the problems to solve. And you have you like I said, you got pods that you can reconfigure as factories to build things. You can do just about anything you want to.
So I'm assuming we have things like cloning factories and stuff, right?
Yes, but we'll say you could potentially build some cloning factories. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Because my thought there is, and I mean, we could feed them other things. Obviously, they're primitive, but I'm assuming we want to get them to their new home still ready to be a primitive self-sustaining tribe, correct? Like we're not like doing anything to artificially increase their intelligence or anything when we arrive, are we?
No, I think ideally, yeah, Yaskadre wants the humans to learn to adapt to their new environment before altering both the humans and the environment. Yeah.
Okay, so we need to get them there still ready to like do a hunter-gatherer thing. So I'm assuming this is a ship kind of like the one we were on,
Mm-hmm.
that took us to grandfather in the first place.
Yeah.
So we've got that big. Basically, we're giving them that big area out on the top of it, like a grassland or something.
If you want to, you can. Yeah. Yeah.
And then we can clone a mammoth or whatever they hunt here and there. But we'll alter its DNA a little bit to make sure it's docile, so it's not killing them. It just runs.
Oh, yeah, getting slammed against the walls. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
So we would need to get one of those to get the DNA to get the cloning running and a cloning factory up going for that.
Mm-hmm.
Reconfigure the top deck to somewhat share their environment now, maybe a little less harsh, because again, we want them to be able to survive, but we don't want to make them have to survive on the trip. Um, so I think we're trying to basically turn the top of the ship into a tiny Neanderthal preserve.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Interesting.
get some of the local flora that they seem to be eating and use that to populate some of the top of the ship, so that way they've got berries and stuff to gather. Um, do we have data about the flora and fauna of the place we're going?
Give me a analysis and what would that be? Both the skill would be logistics. Somebody can give me an analysis on this check.
I would have a +1.
I'd get a +1 from the analysis. Logistics, that would get a 1. So I have a +2.
Okay. What about our other friend here?
Let's see. My logistics is already a 2. Analysis is an 8, which makes that
A
I'm
+2.
trying to remember.
Yeah, you have a
8 makes it a
no.
Zero.
Yeah, it would be a 0,
no,
but
it's
you'd
a
have a
0, so it'd
+2
be
total.
+2. Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to remember numbers.
Yeah.
So we're both +2. You want to make the roll? Need to make a roll.
I mean, I can roll if you want.
Yeah. You roll.
Where's my thing? Okay. 10.
10. So, and you're looking up information about the planet you're going to, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're going. The planet is. Well, currently unnamed, but in the future it will be called Cordelon in the Trojan, what will be called the Trojan Reach. Um, it's a backwater. There are very few natural resources. The atmosphere is thin but breathable, especially in deep canyons, left up by what were seas and are now dried up. There's almost no water outside of its ice caps. You got 10, right?
Yes, a 10.
Okay, cool. So there are two ice caps. So there's some water at the ice caps. There's a native ecosystem consisting of a species of lichen that's evolved from seaweed and a few crab-like scavengers. And you know that there's also a renegade droid colony droid colony on the planet as well. It's scheduled to be terraformed within 30 years, but again, Yasterdray would like the colony, the human colony here, to be established on the planet, learn to adapt before the planet is then terraformed. Any other information you'd like about the planet? I kind of give you that's just a general overview. The droid colony is established near one of those ice caps, near where the water is, and they are technologically advanced. They're spacefaring, like TL-12.
So there's not much good flora and fauna for the guys to survive with. Then, correct?
Yeah,
Doesn't sound like it.
it's good. Yeah, that's going to be. They would outside of the deep depressions, outside of the various canyons, it's hard to breathe. So either you keep them in the seabeds or provide them with air filters, atmosphere generators, engineer them to tolerate breathing lower partial pressures of oxygen, so that they have a wider range of habitats. But then also you have to kind of figure out how you want to deal with the lack of water. The food scarcity is also a problem. Yeah. The other thing is none of the native flora and fauna of Cordelon are likely digestible by the human or the human gut. So that's another problem.
So are we allowed to? Because they're saying it's scheduled for terraforming in 30 years. Are we
Mhm.
allowed to bring like other flora and fauna to try and engineer to live there, or is that considered terraforming and we can't do that?
Yeah, you could probably so you can do you can do just about anything you want to. It's just a matter of what you feel like is working within your remit and going like doing going like and the AI will say that like it's what you feel like is doing what you have to do to get the job done and even if it goes a little bit beyond what Yaskadre and the High Council are requesting, um, and but not so far that Yaskadre feels like the experiment is void, right? So like he said, he wants the humans to adapt to their new environment before you alter it. If that means that you need to do some small like tinkering to set them up to survive, so be it. That's you guys are ultimately in charge. You can also why don't you also give me and everybody can roll it or one of you can roll it. It's your choice. A say an uplift engineering or join cultures. Either one of those is fine with analysis or influence.
I would have a +2
Yeah,
at the
any of
best.
that gives me a +3, or not,
Okay.
but not the uplift. Drawing cultures with analysis or
Yeah.
influence +3.
Either of those are fine.
I have a +2 at the best, so
Yeah.
I have a +1. Go
You
to
said we can
town.
all roll though.
Yeah, you can all roll.
Oh, okay.
That's an 11 for me.
same for me.
Yeah, I got an 11 for uplift engineer.
Sweet. So yeah, there you go. So you guys are all standing around talking about it and thinking about this problem, and you sort of all come to the same conclusion that Yaskadre has so many irons in the fire. There aren't that many precursors. That may not be necessarily what you're called right now, but there aren't that many agents of. There are a few of you. There are others of you around, but there aren't that many of you that are sent on these on missions like this. But he's got so many. He's got so many irons in the fire, so many projects like these, so many experiments that most likely what would happen is that to some extent this will become something that you're responsible for. He will certainly be watching and he will certainly be wanting to see how it goes and like I said, he's got sort of boundaries and things that he wants it to be outcomes. But as long as it's rational and reasonable, and as long as you can explain like we had to get the job done somehow, it's fine. So if that means you guys have to tinker with the people, you have to tinker with what you bring with you, what you set up there. If you have to, yeah, he's not gonna like he's not gonna. I don't know. You have a lot of leeway. Is the ultimate sort of the ultimate there until you don't, I guess. But I would lean more on the way that you have a lot of leeway. You guys can do what you feel like you need to.
I think since we've got some time, maybe. I mean, I know we don't want to lose any of this tribe, but maybe we spend a few months here studying them, seeing what they're eating, um, can compare what they're eating, the environments around what they're eating here to the other planet, and then we can start engineering that. And we start with the ship set up to match their current environment, but slightly less hostile. And then over the year we're traveling, we can slowly shift it and slowly bioengineer the plants as we're going. So maybe make sure they stay edible and healthy and stuff like that, so that hopefully we can give them a small area to start their population with there. Um, we need to make more corrections once we get there. We always can, but something to get us started once we get there.
I agree with that for the most part.
It sounds sensible.
Well, let's watch these little things run around for a while.
Yeah. So yeah. So one of you's gonna say you got a couple months. One of you's gonna watch, or no, one of you can watch what they're eating. Some of you, or what their food source is. Does one of you want to watch something else about them, or do you guys want to, want to all take various things about their culture and study it, or split those things up so you can kind of look for various things?
I think if we have somebody studying their culture and then giving information about what they're eating, plant wise and animal wise, and things like that, what their tool use is and stuff, then we can have somebody else like analyzing all those different things and seeing what we feel like we can take and modify with minimal modifications to use on the other planet to
Mm-hmm.
get them started. Um, and then maybe somebody else is studying the environment versus the environment they're going to and figuring out if there's any modifications we need to make to them for them to be able to survive when we get there.
Yeah. Okay.
A volunteer
Uh,
for studying them.
and how are you just going through like sensors? How are you guys going to take the 3 months and watch them?
Um, I mean, we want to stay as non-invasive as possible until it's time to pick them up. So I think if we can use sensors and just visually, we're just visually trying to track what they're doing. If we can get audio, great. I would assume we've got our computers and stuff can do a decent job translating whatever communicative abilities they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume this is like Star Trek, where we're like far enough away and we're just watching. Obviously, we don't have it on the planet, like all invisible or whatever, but I assume it's like that.
I mean, probably could if you wanted to some extent. Yeah.
I know my person would be way more interested in how they hunt and eat than literally anything else.
Yeah.
So I would assume she would be like watching that to see what predators that they're used to, since predators will be going after them, uh, what they actually eat, the prey that they go after, all that stuff, all the good stuff.
Okay. So let's see. Why don't we do? And wait, what was Alex?
Well,
What were you looking for?
so I was gonna look at like their social hierarchy,
Okay.
uh,
Cool.
like
Yeah.
how they function as a group
Mm-hmm.
versus individuals,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
also look at kind of like what people do, what people do, what people don't do stuff, and
Yeah.
see if I can't like essentially figure out a social hierarchy and maybe spot a leader or something like that.
Cool. Okay. And then how
Huh.
about Ayude?
I'll be taking all the information that I'm getting fed from whichever Jinx's character is. These names are hard.
Gavor. Yeah.
Gavor.
Gavor.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be taking the information that Gavor is feeding me about what they're hunting and their prey, and I'll also be taking collecting information about the environment, and I'll be working on a geoengineering plan of what we can do to make modifications to where we're going, what we can do to make modifications to them to get
Okay.
us to a place without, while keeping changes minimal.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's see. For Emiakoi, will you give me an analysis and primitive cultures check? Gavor, will you give me a warfare and mm, I mean, we could do warfare and either logistics or primitive cultures is fine. And then Ayude, that's going to be analysis as well. And geoengineering,
All right.
yeah.
I rolled a 14.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
have a 9.
Did you need me to roll something? I might have missed it.
Yes, it was
Ooh, okay.
warfare and primitive cultures or logistics. Your choice.
Primitive culture. Okay.
But with warfare as the trait.
So that is a 6.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, it gives you information, but also is frustrating. We'll start with Gavor first. Is that they're really struggling to find prey, and you're not sure if it's because they're shitty hunters or prey is scarce. You just can't tell. Over the last couple months, so you don't get a whole lot of like data points on what their primary source of food is. Clearly, they are like a hunter gatherer sort of species. You're not looking at what it is they're gathering. You're like you said, your primary focus is what they're hunting, but their hunting has been so scarce. It seems like, or either that, or whenever they go out on these hunting outings, they're just they're having such bad luck that they haven't been coming back with a whole lot. So you don't get a lot of data on what their primary targets are, their primary prey is. For Emyakoi, yes, you get that there is pretty clear hierarchy, and you also get a little bit more about some of the tea, the drama going on with the tribe. The tribe's leader is an elderly but still strong, still kind of hale hunter whose name translates to Big Old Red, and other sort of notable power blocks within the tribe include a band of young hunters led by Fast Boy, who is sort of their spokesperson or their main guy. The best craftsperson or craftsman in the tribe is Stone Speaker, who crafts a lot of the spearheads, knives. They're using mostly stone tools, or almost exclusively stone tools. And then the oldest female in the tribe is Mother of Nine, and currently the tribe is residing in a cave complex in a hillside that offers good shelter. And as it's winter right now, Big Old Red wants to remain in the cave and see what happens when the spring comes, while Fast Boy has been trying to argue that the tribe should be striking out south. And while they still have the strength to travel out kind of across the ice-clad mountains, especially as they have not had any luck hunting. He's kind of arguing that they need to move while they still have whatever strength that they have left before the lack of food sort of gets to them. If it just in case with spring, an increase in food supply doesn't come. That's kind of what's been going on. And Ayude, you are definitely able to kind of take in what data you do get to give you some information on what would translate well, give you some benefit in terms of like moving stuff into the new planet. Was there anything specific you were hoping to gain from collating that data?
I was the big ones there was looking for at least a couple good vegetative sources of food that we
Mm-hmm.
can start growing where we establish them at.
Gotcha.
Something, whatever engineering we have to do to alter to make it work there. And then if there was whatever prey they could figure out that they're eating, even if they not finding a lot of it, if we can figure out what they're eating, then I can see what I can do with that to move it there as well. And preferably prey species that don't leave them a whole lot of risks of, you know, becoming prey themselves.
Yeah. So I think what you figure out with your, because what was your role?
A 9.
9. What you figure out is Gavor wasn't able to give you a whole lot of information on and it's winter as well. So it seems like whatever food that Gavor comes back kind of gives you information about like whatever food that they can get in terms of like prey, they will eat. So, whatever you can capture, clone, bring with you would work. The other information you sort of get from kind of collecting all this data over the last couple months is that it may be that you would need to alter their like gut bacteria or something like that to make it so that they could digest whatever foliage is on the destination planet. That might be your best bet in terms of um, flora,
Flora.
because it is winter right now, and they just haven't had any. They haven't been bringing in any in terms of gathering. They haven't been bringing in anything that's non-meat to eat.
Okay.
You haven't had any luck finding that information currently.
And McCoy figured out that some of them were wanting to head south for food.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, their youngest, like one of the leader of kind of a young group of hunters, wants to head across one of the a group of patch of mountains.
did it seem like they had ever did that before, or is this something like going to unexplored lands for them?
Seems like possibly going to like unexplored lands.
Um, so I think what we need to do then is we should head south the way they're wanting to go, see if we can find some stuff there, and basically, can we? I almost want to like I want to get what we need to feed them, and then set it up on the top of the ship, and then make it like an oasis that's just basically magically drop down where they're at, and see if like their people will move on to it,
Mm-hmm.
like basically lure them onto the ship because they're not in a good spot where they're at anyway. So if we can make like this area that's this bubble of better climate for them and give them a shelter there or something that something they'll look at and deem as a shelter, we can get them to lure them and move them to the greener pastures pretty much. And then once they're on there, we can just take off and leave.
Yeah. One thing Vora would probably have gotten from his research as well is that the hunters are pretty regularly coming and going. So you'll also have to figure out how to kind of corral a few hunting parties as well, because you need to collect all 500 people of this tribe. So that may work to get most of them, but then you're going to have a few like disparate groups of like a few little groups of hunters out there that you're going to have to figure out how to collect as well. But yeah, you can give that a shot. What's that going to be? Maybe
Can we bioengineer some prey to follow direct controls?
Okay. Yeah.
We can just
Ooh,
have them
bioengineer. It might be like maybe synthetic.
synthetic cultures. That's
Would it be?
artificial intelligence,
Yeah.
but
Would it be?
possibly.
So would it be like you wanting to create like a
What
like an
I basically I want a couple prey that I can use to. I want prey I can use to lure these other hunting parties
mhm.
to the ark here. And-
That's some real alien shit. So I'm gonna go capture me a couple deer and fucking just
yeah.
probe their brain and drop them back down so that they just hop to my ship.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Why not? That works. I'll take it. Yeah. That'd be
Abducting cattle.
That's it's not geoengineering. That would be interesting. Yeah. What is that?
Well, I mean that would be
Uplift
technically
engineering.
the ecology, so
Yeah, ecology or environment, so that would fall under geoengineering.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we could also make it so that it seems like there are more abundant like living areas there too.
Hmm.
So to kind of coax everybody out to the area too where our ship
Yeah, like
is, and then
if we can get the hunting parties there, then maybe they go back and tell the other people, "Hey, we found a better place to be."
yeah, maybe one
Yeah.
that's slightly warmer than where they are.
So specifically, the one we really want to get the most is Fast Foot, whatever party Fast
Fast
Foot's
boy.
in then,
Yeah.
or Fast Boy. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
But we also
So
need to
yeah.
make it
Go
seem like Big Old Red would be okay with the idea too at the same time. Because
Um,
he wants to stay for the winter, and if we want to get everybody on there without causing just a straight up coup for led by Fast Boy, uh,
so so in that case, we need to get Fast Boy to find our area, come back trying to get them to move, and then when he's doing that, if there's any kickback from Big Red, then we can just basically safely sabotage their current shelter so that they then have no choice but to go somewhere else.
we could do that. Or Big Ol' Red, he's still fit, he's still able to hunt. What if we got his hunting party to do it? Because they find it, they say, "Oh, this will be much better. It'll satisfy both Fast Boy and get Big Ol' Red to possibly say, hey, let's move here."
But is he going out in hunting parties right now?
Not that does seem like not typically, not unless they're going out after something that takes most of the tribe.
That's why I figure since he's like basically the
S-
chief.
Yeah.
So
So
we
yeah,
can get
that makes
something
sense.
big.
Yeah.
We can get like a larger prey animal that will call out essentially most of the tribe to hunt. Put it
If
in the area that we
It'll still
want
be
them to
most
be.
of the Mukoi would notice going to be most of the men. Most of the women are still going to be at
Yeah.
home, or all the women are still
yes,
going to be
but
at home.
if
Yeah.
we make it a big enough prey, we have it run all the way back onto the ship and to whatever prefab shelter we've got set aside for them, and they kill it there. And it's this massive amount of food that they can't move.
Mm-hmm.
Then
And then
moving
come
the
in.
tribe to the food is the better solution.
Mm-hmm. And it may be still worth. I guess the I would put it maybe still worth having somebody go in and sabotaging their old
Yes.
Yes.
yeah
Yep.
shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Combination of both of our ideas.
I like it. And I mean, if we're going with this larger animal anyway, then we can like have a few of them out there grazing as well. Again, bioengineered to be nice and docile.
Yeah. kind of have one be the weaker of the group, and have that one be the actual like decoy. Have the other ones just run off.
Yeah.
Okay. So to take one of the little like circular pods, I guess, and go out and capture a mammoth or some sort of like probably a mammoth, some sort of big prey. I guess would be kind of
Yeah.
how you're gonna need to get the prey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is gonna be warfare fleet. So you're gonna take one of these little pods and go
Warfare
capture yourself.
6.
Drop a little.
So.
This little orb drops out from space, comes down, and just goes and abducts a mammoth. Someone's got to go abduct a woolly mammoth.
I have a
Who's
1.
Warfare is not good for me. That's a -1. Fleet is going to be a 0. So yeah, I'm not doing that one.
Yeah, I have a 1. What does Gavor Gavoy? Gavor. What does Gavor
I'm
have?
looking. I'm looking. Let me see. Warfare. I don't even. I don't have warfare. I have ground forces, but I'm assuming that is not the same.
No, this is your at the top of your sheet. Analysis
Oh, the warfare.
coordination.
It's a +0 for warfare.
Okay. And then
Okay.
your what was it already?
Oh,
Fleet.
elite. Oh, it's still 0. I'm a 0. I'm a 0.
Okay, well I'm a 1, so I guess I'll be the one going and doing this. And the roll is an 8.
Yeah, you can go. You can go grab one. You go. Yeah, you drop this orb down, and tractor beam a mammoth, and drop it in up at the top of your ship. Yeah, and then to like plant the ship down in a good spot. I think is going to be that geoengineering and coordination, using assets effectively.
Okay.
I also have a
Now,
1.
in that case, I have a 2 with that.
I
Okay.
also have a
Oh no,
1.
wait, I have a 1 because geoengineering's 2, but I'll lose 1 on the coordination. So yeah, 1.
I think we're all 1s.
Do you want to do that one? Because does somebody still need to make a roll to re-engineer the mammoth, or is that part of that roll?
Yeah. So I guess someone will probably need to do that. That's going to be. I'll let you know what that is ahead of time, just so you guys can plan properly. I guess this could be This could have been a task chain.
You can still make
Why
it
don't we
one.
do
Want to
that?
use it like a
We can
task
still make it.
chain?
We can still make it one because Alex got
Yeah.
the 8. So okay, so we got the
Uh-huh.
8 for that first one. So that's
Okay.
no effect on this next check, which is going to be. We'll say that this next one is the mammoth check, because the final one should be planting the. There's 3 of you though. So we'll make the because the sabotaging of their shelter too. The sabotaging of the shelter's subterfuge and warfare.
I would have a 1 in that. Is
I
it
would
possible?
also have a 1.
Yeah. Can we like say that one of us is like double timing and just can make
Yeah,
both
that's
checks?
fine.
Well,
Okay.
how about you drop the mammoth off and then you took off in the pod to go set up
You gotta do that. Yeah.
the sabotage?
That's smart.
The
Okay.
final check will
Yeah.
be the final check will be the coordination and geoengineering. The mammoth one will be uplift engineering and coordination as well, because that's uplift engineering is altering living species.
Uplift engineering, I got a 0 in.
I have a 1.
And you said the last one will be coordination and geoengineering.
Yeah,
And
Geo.
okay, so I'll have a 1 in that one. So that
I will
sounds like
also have a 1 in that one. Crazy.
so you can modify the moments.
Can
You,
do.
you like hunting, you can make something tasty
Yeah, I could do that. Should
and
be
stupid.
easy peasy.
Where should it be? Where should the final check be? Nah, that's fine. I think we're good. This is good. I like this. Yeah. All right. So we'll go the uplift engineering check next.
All right, I can do it. Let me.
I guess the final check would have to be the subterfuge because that happens last.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
did we want that to be part of the task chain because it technically is all connected?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it
Okay,
has to be last.
and then I'll do that one last.
Okay.
And don't
All
forget,
right,
you
it's the
can
final
spend
round.
luck.
No, we don't. You don't have luck. These characters don't have luck.
Oh, these characters don't have luck. Damn.
No. Yeah.
Yes, I think spin. No. Okay. Well, Godspeed. Hopefully this goes okay.
That didn't sound good.
That's a 10. I mean, it could be worse, but yeah.
Yeah. You're good.
I have one dice that's rolling really high, the other one not so much.
Oh yeah, you're great. You're good. Okay. Then the geoengineering coordination check is going to be
No.
+1.
+1, so I'll have
Yeah.
that plus my +1, so +2. And that gives me a 9.
Fine. All right. So then, yeah, you get a +1 for your final subterfuge check. So yeah, so I mean, everything so far, everything's going well. Like this pod has come down, tractor beamed this mammoth up. There's a picture. There's a shot of this this like hench massive proto Varger, just super genius, but like also maybe sociopathic. Like Varger just like skull of this mammoth and just open and just working on this mammoth's brain, and then just like closes it up and steps back, and the mammoth is like wakes up in this like space you guys have open on the ship, and the Varger's just like touching a computer, like a tablet screen, and the mammoth is just tap dancing, and then yeah, we'll see what happens next. So far it's going well. So far, oh, and then you made that check. So yeah, so then then the ship just sets down, and there's a there's a shot of the Neanderthals in their cave, like, huh? As everything shakes a little bit. That was weird. But the ship is just like kind of settles in. The like force field over the top just goes down, and it just somehow looks like part of the environment. You know, there's a little bit of like drones running around and like moving dirt, fixing grass, setting up a new nice like little cave. And then there's a mammoth there still tap dancing. And you see the Varga just like swish his cape and turn back because some Vargas just, that's where it started. Vargas love capes. Go back downstairs. Go back downstairs into the ship. Look over his shoulder downstairs. And yeah, we'll see this last subterfuge check as the mammoths or the Neanderthals catch wind of it and start hunting.
Do I get
now I
any?
see a long line of Varger wearing capes, and every once in a while they swish it too hard and they catch it out of the corner of their other eye and they start spinning around in a circle trying to catch it.
Yeah, I 100% that for sure.
Yep. It's real. It's a problem, man. It's a problem. Yeah.
Do I have anything for my check?
Yeah, +1.
+1? Okay, well that would make it a 12.
Nice. Yeah. So the hunt goes perfectly, right? Like it's you see from an observation post, Gvor is like not too easy, not too hard, not too easy, not too hard, as the mammoth is like moving and running away, but not running away, running away, not running away. And the tribe takes it down. They bring all of the people, like all of the whole tribe, to help. And as they're starting to try to carry some of the skins and furs and things back, all of a sudden, you see Emyakoi just like strolling back in the distance as the cave just collapses, and the tribe has to figure out what to do, and they set up a new home on your ship. You guys have them all settled. The question is food. What are you going to do about food for this year-long journey?
Well, now we have them some prey,
Mm-hmm.
so we'll be cloning more of those
Okay.
and engineering them as we go to get them, because we're going to shift the climate, we're going to shift the environment, slowly engineer the prey, and slowly engineer the humans, whatever we have to on them, or the Neanderthals. And then I think we decided we were going to use the vegetation that was already there, the lichens and stuff, I think, for them to survive on. So we'd start populating it with that. And the first thing we would do would be fix their gut biome so they can actually eat that stuff, so they can start getting used to it.
Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah,
And it's,
so go ahead.
and it's like Jurassic Park, where the cow comes up on the little thing for the T-Rex to eat. That's every once in a while a mammoth just like comes up out of the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. They had to, yeah. 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 There we go. There's our lovely little tribe.
It's a lot less than 500, but okay.
Yeah, that's just a few of them. Yeah, cool. All right. Will you give me, so whoever's working on the gut biome portion, will you give me an uplift engineering? Analysis? 'Cause it's going to be research, prop solving over a longer period of time, maybe a year.
I have a 2.
Have a 1.
And then someone else can do, as far as cloning, that can be analysis, geoengineering.
That one I got a 3.
Sounds like that one's yours. I can
Both
do the
better than
uplift.
me. Yes.
Alright.
I'll do the uplift. Is this going to be a test chain?
No, these are just 2 separate checks.
Okay. 10.
And an 11 for me.
Nice. Yeah. So yeah, you guys clone food easily enough across the trip, and yeah, by the end of the year long trip, you have them sufficiently ready to, you believe, ingest the lichen that is on Cordolan.
And
go ahead.
What I started, was I able to shift the mammoth enough to get them to survive there too?
Yeah, we'll go with with your geoengineering. Yeah, for sure. The other question though is, well, there are a couple. You have the atmosphere problem. You have the lack of water problem. You have the drawing colony problem, and then potentially curtailing expansion, because most of the planet is uninhabitable. How do you plan to keep the humans from expanding? Those are all, the drawing colony issue is probably only an issue once you get there, but things like atmosphere, lack of water, and potentially expansion, those are all potential issues.
I think for lack of water and preventing expansion, can we do enough geoengineering to create like a thermal pocket near the opposite cap from the drawing, so that it like starts some of the cap to melt away and create like some lakes and stuff there, and then also, make the climate a little more habitable? But then if they try to expand too far out from that, that thermal pocket's gone and things start becoming uninhabitable again.
Yeah, you can try that once you get there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idea. My thought was, uh, like go towards the opposite pole and kind of do something similar, except more of an island. But that might be a little too different from what they were used to. Or maybe create some
Now,
wells, like some like natural springs and wells and stuff if we can.
but how do we do something about the atmosphere issue? How you said it is that is it mostly like a breathable atmosphere for them, but it's just too thin?
Yeah. So if they stay in like deep depressions, so like dry seabeds and canyons, they can breathe okay. But otherwise, the like at basics at sea level and anything above that, the partial pressure of oxygen is really low and is hard for humans to breathe.
Um, so maybe if we can find a canyon on the near the opposite cap from the drawing,
Okay. Yeah.
and then do the geothermal plan there.
Most of it will then fill with water too, though. Is
Oh,
the
yes,
Yeah.
yes, that would be an issue. Um,
So maybe still
I'll be
towards
right back
the
while you guys plan.
other pole, but not like directly opposite. We find a
well,
large, a,
but I sort of say then we have to get the water from the pole melting and all the way to them.
yeah, true. Well, I mean, is there a way that we can possibly geoengineer it so that it's a little bit more rainy?
I mean, that's changing the atmosphere as a whole, I think, because
Yeah.
we're having to basically melt a cap at that point. Um, I think the geothermal pocket's the soundest way to go, other than figuring out this atmosphere thing.
Hmm. We would need to essentially find a canyon big enough or mess with them
What?
even more to make it so
Well,
that they can survive in slightly less.
maybe we do go with your island idea. Maybe the canyon has a raised spot, like it's a deep canyon, but there's a more raised spot, and then we make the geothermal pocket just big enough that it melts and fills up to where their island level is and not the entire canyon.
That would be pretty
Like
good.
we had to do a little terraforming to do that, but that shouldn't be a big deal.
That
Yeah.
should be easy. Also, I want to say this is the best like out of nowhere thing I've ever had in a game. This is
Yeah,
great.
this is cool.
I
This
was
is very
losing
fun.
my shit metaphorically as I was listening to all the stuff going down. That was crazy.
So yeah, we make like a box canyon on the opposite pole,
Okay.
and we get deep enough that we can make a spot for them to live. And then we go down even deeper so that there's a lake around them. So they're literally in a hole surrounded by water. They cannot leave, they cannot go anywhere.
Hmm. We can also, if necessary, populate the water with like fish, stuff like that, to give them an alternate means of food.
That is true.
Because if it's going to be an island, prey animals are going to be kind of hard to come by, especially if they
Well, they're
overhunt.
basically, I was gonna say, they're basically just gonna have those mammoths, but hopefully
Yeah.
they won't overhunt. But
Yes.
yeah, if
So it would have
we
to be
can,
either a big enough island to essentially keep them and kind of proto start them instead of hunter gatherers, start them in farming. Kind of.
That would be interesting. Huh.
I mean, can we uplift engineer them to have the thought of, if I take the mammoths and feed them, but let them breed, every once in a while we could just kill one and have more food, but still keep the thing, essentially farming.
I
Can we
mean, if
instill farming into them?
we've we've engineered the mammoths to be docile, so they're basically already domesticated at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
So it shouldn't take much to get them onto that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can configure some of our pods to make them terraformers, correct?
I believe so.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the thought is we make a large box canyon on the pole opposite the other drawing, a very, very deep box canyon. And in the middle of that canyon, there's a raised elevation that's basically going to become an island.
Mm-hmm.
And then we put in the thermal pocket to melt some of the caps. So basically, the some of the water, some of the caps will melt and fall down into the canyon and fill it up to create their island on the lake inside this canyon. We'll basically
Mm-hmm.
trap them in this tiny little oasis of sorts,
Okay.
and then populate it with the mammoths, with the lichens, and then if we could figure out some way to pull some, it, I don't know if we have like a bank of like DNA of things from other planets that we know about. Like, could we populate this lake with fish or something to
Mm-hmm.
give them a different food source there?
Yeah, you know that you already know that there aren't any native uh, fauna like like fish-like fauna. They're just these like random crab-like scavenger sort of things. Um, yeah,
Which we could populate. We could populate the island with those as well. Be
We could
another
do
food
that.
source.
they will probably make it there. You would guess they will probably get there somehow.
Okay.
And then
Um,
would it be possible to uplift engineer them just a little bit more and essentially plant the I guess seed or idea of farming? Because right now they're hunter gatherers and like they aren't cultivating anything. But if they started cultivating, say, the mammoths or some of the algae and stuff,
Yeah,
would that be
it is. So yeah, so all these things are possible. It's just how far you're willing to go from Yaskadre's initial um, remit. But yeah,
I
these
think
things are
we
all
leave.
possible.
I think we put them there as hunter gatherers first because we're going to be overseeing this.
okay?
Um, and then if we need to make adjustments from there, we can. But if we're giving them docile animals and a safe area where vegetation is just growing, there's a potential they could start cultivating the stuff on their own. I mean, semi-intelligent life forms like this, you give them enough time, and if these guys aren't like running for their lives and they have a good source of food, they might figure some things out.
See the semi-intelligent things figure a way out. Not dead things figure it out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the one. I think that's the quote. Yeah. Yeah. Not dead things make it happen. That's yeah, that's right. That's for sure. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
So what do we? The only thing we haven't talked about is what do we do about these drones? Like, seems like we need them to go, right?
Do we need them to? Or do we just need them to not contact them for a long time?
Well, they're going to know we're there, so.
Yeah.
Do I know, like, is this a full drawing culture here, or is there like only certain casts here?
You know that it's a renegade colony. Give me a or an analysis drawing cultures check.
Hey, it doesn't matter because I rolled a 3. That gives me a 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't know anything about them until you contact them. Then you might
Okay.
get a little more information.
So maybe
You know
we
that
start out with
they're not part of the Empire.
what's that?
You know that they're not part of the Empire.
So maybe we start out with talks with them, and during that time, I can try and figure out exactly what sort of casts they're built that they're comprised of. I mean, unless somebody wants to go in there guns blazing, and we think we can take them out all at once.
I'd say let's talk, but prepare for war.
So these renegade drawings like this, do they, because they're spacefaring and everything, but like what I know is that all of drawing society is basically guided completely by grandfather's directions.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys, they're not following
Yeah.
his direction. Are they a collective again? Do they are like is this like a democratic collective, like they vote on things, or is there like a
So
particular
yeah.
overseer or
So you know that even before Yaskadre, there were still the caste. The caste system still existed in drawing culture, and there are you don't know what sort of setup that this colony of drawing have, but you know that there are offshoots. There are other renegade colonies that have broken out from the empire, that have sort of rebelled against drawing culture. There are the like the League of New Thought. There is the Consensus, and the Consensus. Their whole thing is that they just sort of are antagonistic to Yaskadre in the sense that they see him as this sort of omnipotent figure, or this being that has taken drawing society and elevated to this height, and uh, sort of poisoned drawing society and drawing culture, and have decided to break away and return to the cat to the original way of being. They still adhere to the same caste system that, in theory, the Empire does, but they have reverted back to this. Most consensus colonies are reverting in terms of their tech level to find some sort of like homeostasis, still as starfaring societies, but closer to like maybe a tech level like 12 or 13 culture,
gotcha?
versus this like 1819, crazy run by some godlike being. um and there's a whole lot of kind of pushback there, and
And
that's yeah.
And so if we got here and found out this is a consensus colony and them being antagonistic, they might try to sabotage what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're antagonistic in the philosophical sense, not the or like in an ideological sense, not like a militaristic sense. Yeah,
Okay.
like they might depending on your approach, they might take it as an active like threat. It's but yeah, but it's more of an ideological thing than an active like the consensus is a term rather than a group. So like there are consensus colonies and they have like a loose maybe coalition, but like one colony is not run by the same. They're not like they're independent maybe city state. They're city states who are friendly rather than part of some same overarching governmental body that would be the consensus. So it's like this consensus on this planet, this consensus on this planet, they all share the same ideology that Yaska Dre is bad, versus the consensus is this huge owns this whole section of space.
Gotcha.
So they just don't have the like they don't have the military power to like push back against him. Maybe if like you know enough of their colonies were just like flicked away, maybe they would try to. But even then, they probably don't have the power to do that. And for now, the Empire is just kind of like, whatever, let them, let them live the way they want to live. That's fine. Like they're not harming anybody, until they get in the way. Like any good big society does. Until they get in the way, they're fine.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, starting with talks seems like a good way to go.
Yeah.
We could just coexist with them. That would be preference.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So yeah, you get there after about a year. It is, like I said, a desert planet, just two ice caps. And yeah, there's a little terrain colony at one of at the largest of the ice caps on what is most of the year a frozen ocean. And when your ship comes into comms range, you do get a communications ping.
Does the talking around here? I'm guessing it's probably me.
Up to you.
Influence, yeah.
What would be the that would be what influence?
Influence, and
Probably
then which
influence.
I would assume influence, and then this is drawing culture. I would assume.
Yeah, it depends on who you're talking to. It might be during culture.
Well, I am not good at that. As in, I would be uh not the person to talk to.
I guess I'll answer the ping.
Yeah,
Hell,
it's an invitation to the. It's just like a recorded invitation to the city.
I mean, I guess probably talking to them before we start settling down may be the best course of action. How about we go take a trip over and have a talk with them?
Sounds good.
Sure.
All right. Yeah. So imagine I don't know, you probably pop off like one of the little pods and head down in a little shuttle pod.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, down. It's a small called an oin print, which is like the Drain kind of word for city. It's several thousand Drain that live there, and Droid buildings are a lot of them are on stilts because Droid have wings and they kind of glide and short distance fly around. Um, there's a landing pad, and as you guys land, there is a small elder female Droid standing there. She's got an official robe on, and she stands and waits for you to exit. And she just kind of stands there looking. She looks at Ayude and then over your shoulder at Emukor. I don't know. Do you guys walk out like one and then two, or do you walk out like three in a row? What's your sort of like? Do you approach as three equals? Do you approach as like here is our spokesperson? How would you? What's kind of your approach?
I mean, I got to be up front. I'll let you two do to your comfort level.
I mean, if he's gonna be the talker, I'll be like off his right shoulder, more like the brute force, intimidating bodyguard or whatever, making sure nothing happens.
I was thinking we go up as a team of three, but I guess him slightly in front with both of us flanking him.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So she sees Ayude in front and these two, uplifted species behind you, and she kind of gives you a nod, looks at the two of you, and kind of begins talking to Ayude and says, "Hello, I am Ustori. The I speak for the colony. What brings you to our planet?"
Hello, Story. I'm Ayude. Obviously, you're an envoy of the of Yasuke. We're here with one of his little pet projects here. See about having a primitive species, what we can do with it. I don't always understand the full breadth of this myself, but I guess that's this is the planet we got sent to do that on, and see that you guys have a one of the polar caps here occupied. We don't want to bother you or anything you're doing. Thought it'd be okay if we plop these guys down on the opposite polar cap and just sit around and watch them do what they do for a while. Shouldn't be any bother to you if that will be okay.
She kind of gestures for you to follow her, and turns and kind of steps off the edge of the platform. Opens her wings and glides to the next platform. It's sort of a like I don't know if Emukore, you guys might kind of take it kind of quickly as a like, yeah, fuck these two non non-drawing. But the two of you are psionics of pretty notable power, so the two of you can easily just like psionically glide yourselves over as well to keep up.
Yeah.
But she's not exactly expecting you to not be able to. She's just it's almost just a
It's
just a
just a
nonverbal
reflex or a
thing.
habit.
Yeah,
My
it's just
wings,
her.
bitch.
It's just her communicating non-verbally, as a little bit a slight passive aggression. Um, but she's kind of saying like, "Come with me to like our meeting room," um, and she's interesting. Well, we could perhaps discuss such things. Let us um, speak further. Tell me, are you happy in your role working for Yaskudre? I I only ask because clearly you must be of great intelligence and ability to be given such a task by the High Council, and you must surely have your doubts. I mean, look just at the fact that the number of droid who enter the leader caste in the Empire, the percentage drops every year, and I hate to speak ill of your empire, but I can't imagine surely you can't think that it serves the best interests of the droid. I mean, she looks back at your ship. Technology like that, it's robbing the droid of our heritage and our culture and the influence of these uplifted slave races is just further diluting our once noble and honorable species. I just it saddens me to see such a one of such potential as you working for a fictional figurehead or big brother like Yaska Dre. Just an invention of the High Council. Would you
Oh,
consider staying here with us, leaving these two? I think you would be happy here.
I don't know about leaving at this point. I mean, I won't disagree. I don't exactly always understand or fully agree with his plans or directions, and don't know how I feel about having all our eggs in one basket. I actually tend to be quite happy with the fact that there's a drawing society such as yours scattered around like this. I am quite a historian, and I do have a great appreciation for our cultures as it once was. So I'm glad you guys keep it up, and I would very much love to come and spend time with you guys as we're working on these projects and kind of get to experience what drawing society is like outside of his influence. I can't say as I would stay. If I had to be stuck on the main planet doing some boring task, I might be more inclined to leave. But I do get a lot of freedom and liberty doing what I do, and get to do some interesting things. And as long as it occupies my time and keeps me happy, I try not to balk at it too much.
Well, I it's good to hear that there are still right thinking droid in the Empire. I think we could allocate perhaps 10% of the planet's surface to your humans, and I would make sure none of us would enter the reserve, but we can't allow the Empire to set up a permanent observation post in the system. A few monkeys living on the next continent over, sure, but the Empire's presence, absolutely not.
Okay, meta question.
Mm-hmm.
Is the observe are is that's one of the things we're supposed to do, right? Set up an
It
observation
is.
outpost.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit. How do we handle that?
You can press your negotiation. Yeah, you haven't made a roll yet, but that's just a question of
Uh,
how you're gonna do so. Yeah.
right. What would the observation outpost we're supposed to be setting up consist of? Are we bringing in more
It's
of
basically
Empire
a
people?
station. Yeah.
Okay. So it wouldn't just be like us observing. We're actually bringing in other observers.
It's probably gonna be quite a few people.
Okay. Um,
Because at some point the three of you will probably leave and come back, but and so there may be like a rotating crew of a couple hundred, maybe 100 at most.
I mean, I'm sure you say that because you are fully aware that if he's setting up such a reserve, then um, he would want to have an observation tower to observe it. I understand you not wanting that set up, but I mean, I'm hoping. Currently, my task at the moment is to get these primates over here somewhere where they can comfortably live through their own lack of abilities. Um, and I hope during that time, again, I can spend time with you guys. Maybe we can forge some friendships, and maybe when we get to that observation outpost sort of situation, maybe we can discuss that more. Since once I prove myself to you guys, and you'll understand that I'll be the one overseeing it.
She's listening. Will you give me a drawing cultures? Yeah, influence check.
Okay.
How does Emukoi feel about your colleague also referring to humans as monkeys?
Well, these aren't humans; they're Neanderthals.
They're still here,
Emu-
a fair amount of their DNA.
They're cousins. Sometimes they're kissing cousins, but they're
Yeah,
cousins.
yeah.
he's not happy about it,
Mhm.
and he wants to prove that humanity is on equal terms.
Gotcha.
So,
And there's a lot of anti
yeah,
Neaskadre talk going on. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I don't like it, but I deal with it.
I see it, and I mean, maybe they need a little bit more of a different perspective of things.
All right. What was your roll?
It is a +3, a 13.
13. She nods and leans in and will both Emukoi and Gavor, will you give me, it's going to be probably influence, and we'll just call it psionic engineering. Influence psionic engineering checks, not Ayude, because she's speaking to you psionically. She speaks out loud. She says, "Very well. You can establish your observation post, and we will even agree. Drone numbers grow slowly, and it is a big planet, and humans do like to reproduce quickly. So we will give them the southern hemisphere. And as long as you agree to return and continue our discussions." And she leans in and psionically says something, but whether or not your friends hear, we'll see their roles.
10.
10.
Ooh, and this was for.
Influence psionic engineering. I think that's just a flat roll because you get a 1 and a -1.
Yeah. So that's an 11.
Okay. Yeah, you both hear it as she leans in and says, psionically says, and return alone. Um, to continue their discussions out loud. Then she agrees to the terms.
I'll be more than happy to return and speak to you anytime. Again, I hope to see some of the drawing culture here that I miss when I go back home.
And she stands and bids you both farewell. And yeah, you guys have your colony set up. So
Once we
Oh,
get
go ahead.
well back to the ship, I will say to apologize to the other two about the negative talk and such, and be like, sometimes we've got to speak their language a little bit if we want to get what we need to get.
I understand that. Doesn't mean I have to
Doesn't
like it.
mean I had to like it. Exactly.
Understood. Well, luckily, I don't think you guys will need to interact with them anymore. That's probably for the best for you guys.
When you go back and talk to her alone, uh, I did have the idea of what if instead of setting up an outpost and having it with entirely uh, Empire staff, what if they staffed it and just sent the data on, or have
Um,
like a half and half? People that might be a little bit more open to their cause.
I mean, there's some potential in what you're saying. I guess as we're getting things ready, maybe it'll involve getting to know them a little better and seeing how faithfully I think they can transmit such data, or if they start wanting to, mess with things if for fun, if nothing else.
That's why I was suggesting maybe a half and half.
It's definitely a thought. Could always win them back to our side that way. We also risk them trying to defect others. But I don't imagine we'd get many defectors.
yeah. So you guys have a chance to increase your skills and characteristics. Do some advancement. You have 10 advancement points. On the map here and on your handouts, there is, I'll focus ping it. There is explanations on the cost for advancing a characteristic. It's not to like the cost isn't like the level. The cost is the increase. So, for instance, if you want to increase it by 1, the skill by 1, the cost is 1.
On the characteristics, that's so that is when this is a +1, does that mean I'm going from a 10 to an 11, or am I going from a +1 to a +2?
You're going, that's the a 10 to 11, not the dice modifier.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sticking to skills.
Yeah.
Seems like a good place to be. Okay.
And then it's kind of written weird because like the characteristic is +1 and then the cost is there and then the skill is there. But yes, that is the
Them putting the bold for the characteristic is what makes it all look messed up.
yeah. Yeah.
They should have probably also did bold for skills.
Yes.
Yeah.
They should have. So yeah. But yeah. So you have 10 points to spend. We'll try to do this kind of. And then you have you should be able to edit your handouts. That's why I kind of have everything written down there as well, so that you can't edit the picture. So you can write everything in the bottom space.
What skills do we think we need, guys?
And if you're gonna do +2, by the way, that's like you have to get +1, and then to get it, the second thing.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if we
all
want to, if we got something at a 0, we want it to be +2. We're gonna have to spend 3 points total.
exactly.
Okay.
Same thing as experience points, I think, basically.
I might try to get my influence to a 6, so I have no negatives anymore, or just inherent negatives. Maybe.
That uses a whole lot of your points, though, just on one thing.
That's true.
I mean,
like 2 of 10.
2, that's it for a 5 to a 6. Oh,
yeah, it's +1.
Cool. I could do that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, I could do that. Yeah. So now all my things are positive or 0, which is great. Let me make a note, and then let me see. 2 out of 10.
Yeah, so if I were going from an 8 to a 9, I would also only need to use 2, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, so it just means that the stuff you're really good at.
Oh, this
you
is
get better
easier.
at. Yeah.
Interesting. Let me see, because I have the old sheet pulled up, so I know the score and the plus and minuses for the traits.
Yeah, those are written. I wrote those down.
Yeah, those are written down
No.
underneath the underneath analysis,
Yeah.
coordination, influence, and warfare.
Mhm.
It's just a little block there.
Okay. Huh. Okay.
So I could drop. Could drop 4 points into influence to get it to a +2. But I think I would be using probably drawing cultures the most with that, and I could just do 3 points to take that from a 2 to a 3.
It'll be 4 or 6.
I'm a 10, so I'd have to go to a 12. So that would be
So you
+2.
got +2 and then +4.
I'm lost
to get
now.
+2. Because so +1 is 2, and then when
Oh,
you gotta
gotcha.
get that
It's
+2,
cumulative on
4.
that one too. Understood.
Yeah.
So it'll be 6. Yeah. So I think I'm sticking with skills. I don't think I'm raising any statistics.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, coordination might not. That's 2 points to get it to a 0, so that's probably worth it. Let's do that.
And this is over the next 5,000 years, by the way, as you guys are being kept alive by cloning, various like high-tech anagathics, which are like life extending drugs, all sorts of things. But basically 5,000 years is about to pass, so you guys are doing all sorts of stuff.
Is the max for skills still a 3?
5.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're actually not a 3 in. They're not a 3 for us either. That was just that was the max during character creation.
Oh,
We can take them higher now.
Excellent. I'm tempted to do that, maybe. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So that,
Hmm.
yeah, periods between tasks, precursors are kept
Let me
alive
have
through
a think.
bizarre ancients, technology, antigathics, cybernetics, clone bodies, consciousness transfer, stasis fields, all sorts of crazy things.
Oh, so it's like altered carbon,
Basically, yeah.
which I need to read that book. The show was good, but the book was getting good too before I just stopped reading. Hmm. So, I think to get a skill from a 2 to a 5, that would just be 3 points.
No,
Yeah.
that would be
Or would
more
it be more
points.
than that?
No, yeah, to a two from a 2 to a 5 is going to be, so if you're at a 2, it's 3 to get to 3,
Uh-huh.
and then 4 more to get to 4,
Oh,
and
I
then
was
5 to get to 5.
misreading.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
bad. Never mind. Okay. The graph
You have to buy
numbers
each
threw me
level.
off.
Yeah, you have to buy
Oh,
each
okay.
level.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So,
Hmm.
help me to understand this correctly. If I want to go from a 0 to a 1 in subterfuge, I would only have to spend 1 skill point, right?
Yes.
Right.
Now, because both analysis and coordination for me are at an even level, if I put 1 point into each of them, it would cost 2, correct? For each of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Then going from, say, primitive cultures 2 to primitive cultures 3, that would cost 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just double checking to make sure I got that right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, say I wanted to go from a -1 to a 0 in something, but it costs 2 points to get there in a
Yeah.
characteristic. That would be another 4, wouldn't it? Or would that be 6? Because I would.
That'd be 6 because you got
Okay.
to buy the first level and then the second level, assuming you haven't put any levels into that already. So this is also where it's worth tracking what you. Well, it's going to be reported because you'll have the original values at the top of the picture
Yeah.
before, so it's fine. Yeah.
Well, I'm also writing it down. That way I know which ones to increase and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, because those costs
I'm.
are gonna you'll probably have a chance to spend more advancement points later, so those costs will still be in effect on things you've spent points on before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna star next to the things that I actually put done on this edit, which
That's
might
perfect. That's an
make it
excellent
easier.
idea.
Yeah,
I
just to
like that.
glance at it. Yep.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Thank you. I think I'm gonna put logistics to 3. So that's 3. And that's 5. Okay. Let me start that.
And my mind just blanked. If I go from a 1 to a 2 in a skill, it's still only 1 point.
Nope. 2.
It's 2.
Whatever number you're going to, that's how many points it is.
Mm-hmm. As long as it's
Yeah, like
only
I
one.
did
Yeah.
logistics. Yeah, from a 2 to a 3, so it was 3 points. So it's the level.
All right, I think I got the ones that I want to do.
I might. Oh, if you hear the weird whirring, it's just my fan of my computer. I think it's starting to go out, so it sounds weird.
All right. I am going to change my my stuff.
Good to be. What?
Oops, I accidentally hit. Yeah, don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Yeah, I think I'll go with what I got.
Everyone's good.
Run to the bathroom real quick. Be back.
Speaking of your fan on your computer, Courtney, do you think your computer would run Foundry, the virtual tabletop?
Possibly. I could always check.
Okay. I've missed it a couple times when it goes on sale, but at some point I think I might pick it up when it goes on sale. I mean, I think Roll20 is still, you know, my main squeeze because that's where I got all my D&D stuff, all my D&D books on. But for if we do a few other systems, if we try a few other systems on, I'm thinking about trying out Foundry because it has Sirenscape integration too, and then just curious. I'm curious if it will run on everyone's computer. How about you, Alex?
I have no idea what Foundry is.
It's just a different. It's just a different VTT.
Okay. I mean, I might be able to.
It's
I should be able to. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
Foundry Virtual Tabletop.
But I'm waiting for it to. I missed the Black Friday sale. I think I was like 4 hours too late.
Back.
So all everyone else has to do is download a demo, and only one person has to actually own it. And then everyone just runs off with the one person who owns it.
Hey,
What
Mongoose
are we
Traveler
doing?
is on it. Is on it.
Yeah, Traveler's on it.
What is
Yeah.
it?
Foundry.
Oh, okay.
Pathfinder,
Yeah.
Warhammer.
So I have a bunch of. That's the other thing is I have got like 2 different Pathfinder 2E adventure paths that I've gotten from like Pathfinder Humble Bundles, and I've got I've got some Call of Cthulhu. Like I don't know if I do, but like Call of Cthulhu adventure. There's a bunch of stuff. There's just so many things. Yeah, that's interesting. And I like the Sirenscape
Delta
integration.
Green's in there.
Yeah, DG's in there. All good stuff. But we'll see. Whatever goes on when it goes on sale again. Keep my eye on it. Keep my eye on it. Okay, cool.
Oh.
Well, so where are we?
We went that away.
5, 5,000 years later. Now you're now at tech level 19 to 21 at the core, 18 to 19 at the fringe of the empire. Personal disintegrators and force shields are common for small arms. Ships are equipped with proton screens and long-range tractors, as well as disintegrators. The new breed of warships have spinal mount relativity beams that attack enemy ships in the past. Do with that what you will. Terraforming has advanced massively. Cordelon, for example, has been turned into something close to a garden world. Teleportation portals are not yet in common use, but every big ship and city has a few. Some notable recent events: the Varsheen, that sort of alien society that we talked about the Empire being at war with before, has been annihilated. The consensus has largely been erased. Probably with no small, with at least maybe some thanks to you guys. We'll say that the idea that you had of staffing the outpost with some people from this colony was at least a way in this small instance to sort of reintegrate this colony back with the Imperium, whether that were with the Empire, whether that was a good thing or a bad thing for those particular people, who knows? But certainly, the Empire benefited from it. They seem to reintegrate back into society well. Everyone seems to be happy. The League of New Thought has broken. The League worlds have been conquered by the Empire, but League sympathizers have gone underground to spread sedition. The Empire has grown too large for the current centralized government to manage. Even the establishment of a super-fast jump relay grid comparable to an X-boat network, but composed of millions of jump-capable micro-drones, has failed to stem the tide. And to compensate for that, Yaska Dre is rumored to be working on a revolutionary new communication system. You are all en route back to Cordelon at the head of a droid fleet. Your mission is a mission of culture. In the 5,000 years since you established the human colony on Cordelon, they've thrived. It started out on that little island. You didn't necessarily need to implant that idea of farming. It sort of seemed to take hold pretty quickly. Just the influence of having the sort of domesticated, or the early on the road to domestication mammoths kind of put them on that path way sooner than you would have expected. Subsequent culture engineering, though, and covert uplift efforts have accelerated the progress of the humans there, and they are now at roughly a medieval level of development with burgeoning psionic ability. The High Council has determined that it is time to move on to the next phase of this experiment, and the humans have been bred for creativity. You are to engineer their culture to produce artists, especially visual artists and sculptors, and you are permitted to alter the humans on a social, psychological, or even genetic level to achieve this result. So you are sort of given free reign. There are now some 5 million humans living on Cordelon, divided into several dozen petty queendoms and empires. Genetic tampering has brought out several traits, including a predilection for synesthesia and higher intelligence. Approximately 5% of the population are psionic. Most scions are recruited into a cross-kingdom religious organization that worships folk memories of you guys. So yeah. And I'll give you the X grid of the map. There you are. What you gonna do with all that junk?
We're supposed to be making a renaissance.
Yeah, basically.
I think we start with some turtles. I don't know why, but I feel like they're important to the Renaissance.
Turtles. Yeah.
Make sure they're not quite into adulthood yet.
Yes, yes.
And also, they can't be like all the others. Maybe like mutated a little
They've
bit.
been. Nah, well, that seems like such a harsh word. Changed.
Yeah, change. There we go. Maybe with some
Adolescent
ooze.
change. I mean, they need a gimmick though.
How
What
about
if
martial
we
arts?
taught them? Yeah, we teach them Taekwondo. They can be the adolescent change Taekwondo turtles.
Yes. Taekwondo tortoises.
Tortoises, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
There you
Yes.
go.
It's a little too close to a copyright there.
Feet, not flippers. Yeah.
I've always kind of low key wanted to make a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles D&D campaign.
Yeah. Whole party.
Yep.
Yeah. All monks. Does someone want to give me an? It's gonna be analysis. Primitive cultures.
I have a
I have
+4.
a 2. You're on that, man. You're the primitive culture dude.
Wait, right? I believe so. Yeah, 3 and a 1. Yeah, so 4.
Nice.
What is that? Okay, so I rolled another 10. That'd be 14 total.
Okay. Yeah.
Are these
So yeah,
dice weighted
gathering
or something?
information. Yeah, on your trip there, gathering information from the observation post that's still in operation. You know, it's just there. It's kind of it's an okay job, I guess. You get information about these various cities. You got Parad, Dunson, Yol, and then Talio. That let's see, starting with Yol here on the coast. Yol, located on the shores of the largest sea, with their capital on the site of the old consensus colony. Yol is primarily a merchant power, but their navy gives them considerable military force. This is kind of just like a, as you're going there, reading through a dossier that the observation post has given you. The elderly queen of Yol, Aja or Aya, AJA, is senile and easily confused. She's a puppet of her advisors and the church. Artistically, Yol is by far the most cosmopolitan of the kingdoms. Their culture is influenced by dozens of other nations. Let's see. Then, next we have Parad over here. Parad, expansionist Parad is a loose coalition of hill tribes and mercenary bands who have conquered several small kingdoms in recent years. The Queen of Parad is a shield maiden named Laja or Laya. Let's see. What do we think? Do we want to go hard J or soft J? Your guys' planet, your choice.
I'm a soft J fan.
Soft J. Laya. Laya is a powerful telekinetic witch who escaped a church-run nunnery as a young girl. She despises the church and has banned the organization within her kingdom. She still respects and honors the sky gods, but considers the religious structure to be hopelessly corrupt. Peridian culture is dismissed by the other kingdoms as barbaric, but they are easily the most vibrant, energetic, and neophiliac of cultures. So they just love anything new, kind of, you know, novel, that sort of thing. Dunson, down here. Old Dunson is the largest and best established kingdom on Cordalon. It's probably not far. We can even say like this island down here is probably the island that you guys established. So Dunson is not far from the island that you guys created. However, it is in decline. The army is now in control of the crown, and the kingdom is riddled with internal divisions and dissent and economic problems. The Queen of Dunson is Hyle, an ambitious woman from one of the older noble houses. She's trying to wrest control of the crown back from the armies by playing generals off against each other. Dunson is also the seat of the church, and it is the most stable and powerful of the kingdoms. Their culture is increasingly degenerate and concerned with worship of the past. However, any cultural movements not endorsed by the Dunsinians will have trouble finding traction anywhere else. And then we've got Thalio. The isolated but powerful kingdom of Thalio has an extremely complex ritualized culture centered around martial arts and poetry. They have the highest proportion of scions. Unlike other kingdoms, Thalio is not a matriarchy. It is ruled by a rat master who lives in the sewer. No, is ruled by a sacred master who always goes masked. He is not a rat though.
Maybe he wears a rat mask.
Yeah.
I mean, they are poetry and fucking martial arts, so
That's true. Yeah.
that sounds like Splinter to me.
The Sacred Master's vizier is a man named Idek. He is a sneering eunuch. The church has few missions in Thalio's ports, but has almost no political influence. And then artistically, Thalio is the most advanced and erudite culture, but their art is heavily bound up in their ritual behavior. Yeah. Convincing them to develop new styles may be difficult. And then a little overview on the church. The Church of the Sky Gods. The Scion-dominated church has branches in almost every kingdom. The head of the church is the speaker for the sky, a male scion named Yerak. He is a fervent believer in the sky gods and believes that the barbarians of Perid must be wiped out in a holy crusade. The church has sponsored art in the past, mostly depictions of the sky gods. The church controls many artists, but they produce little innovative work. So, how do you intend to convert the disparate warring kingdoms into an artistic colony, guys? Just convert. Oh, I want to hit the emphasis on that word. So weird.
Parrot would be the most open to do it. Thalio would probably be one of the easiest ones. Or, well, for visual art, maybe not.
I've got an idea for Parrot.
Okay.
But do we want to? Do we want to like each take a city and see what we can do with them, or do we want to like just work on one?
I mean, I'm curious to know what your idea for Parrot is.
Well, they love new things.
Mm-hmm.
They're led by a psionic witch, and I mean, personally, I think they could. I think some good artistic um, endeavors here would be ones with some drawing influence. I was thinking I could just psionically inspire her and any of her psionic leaders to start making art based off of images I give them of drawing art and such. Basically, a psionic renaissance of sorts.
I feel like that could almost work in Thalio too.
Yeah.
They're more ritualistic about how they do things, but but they have a lot more scions. If like we kind of plant the idea of like almost Nazca line type things, like the ritual of like I don't know, painting something or building something more for visual style instead of not, but it still falls in their rituals of stuff. Do you think that would work? I'm doing a horrible job explaining it.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, and I think that could work well. Or basically, I mean, especially if we, maybe if we hijack some of their rituals to start causing the divine inspirations of sorts.
Yeah, we could do that.
The other I don't know, I missed most of what you guys were talking about too. Just to make sure you guys covered it as well. The other problem to solve is you have these societies that are either in open conflict with one another or passive disagreement, and you need them to all become a sort of you need the whole planet to just turn into one big giant artist commune. That's the goal.
What? Oh,
Can we
towards the
just drop
same-
LSD on them?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
can we do that,
I mean,
please?
that's basically our plan already with the
Yeah.
psionics. We just need to
Yeah.
broaden this. We just
Yeah.
need to be psionically. So we need to. I think if that's the case, the church is our avenue. We're going to be sky gods. We're going to start giving them
I
visions.
was think. Yeah, I was thinking about that.
I mean, the Sky Gods, I mean, the church specifically, wants to wipe out Parad, though.
I mean, but once they're gone, then there's no war there. Like they said that in the end, it has to be a collective art commune. That doesn't mean that one can't wipe out the other in the meantime.
do you guys have cart? You guys, like I said, you guys have
But
Pretty much carte blanche.
yeah.
Yeah, we can
But
do whatever we want.
that said, if we start causing them to all have the same visions from the sky gods, that cause them to all start moving in a particular artistic direction, then if that's happening in these culturally disparate things here, it may bring them together.
I could get behind that.
And if it doesn't, then one wipes out the other, and it's no big deal. Can't make an omelet without a genocide or something like that.
that's yeah.
That's how it
I
works.
mean, that's kind of probably what it feels like to a chicken, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel like we don't need to wipe out an entire city to accomplish
Well,
this.
we're not wiping out anything.
An entire kingdom, yeah, queendom.
We're trying to guide them toward peace. If they wipe each other out in the process, that's just what happens. That's
How
culture.
about we? How about we try the visions thing first and see what happens, and adjust as it goes along,
I think
and
that's a
hope
fine idea.
they don't kill each other.
So with with do we have technology that allows us to like amplify our psionic reach? So like
You can go ahead.
I was gonna say, could I potentially like send a collective image to all scions on the planet?
So you could, I think what you could do theoretically is, or I guess not theoretically, you could possibly, or what's the right? You could try to make, here's my what yes anding. You could try to make some sort of like resonance or router, psionic router. You have the ships, you have the manufacturing base, you have the intellect in your own brain. You could try to make these psionic routers and go plant them in population bases to then send these like these psionic images out in the form of, man, you're like literally turning into like Cthulhu right now. This is insane. First you were aliens, now you're eldritch beings. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, and as artists, this is literally you're just looking after the aesthetics. Yeah. Yeah. So let's say, what would that be? Like construct. I mean, Sonic. Let's say construction.
So do we do a task chain with this? Constructing the
Yeah,
resonators?
we could make it. Yeah, we could make construction and
Somebody is
coordination.
setting them up, and
Yeah,
then somebody's sending out the psychic visions.
exactly. Yeah. So let's do coordination, or would it be analysis, construction, and then maybe
Coordination
coordination,
psionic.
subterfuge to set them up, and
Wouldn't it be psionic
either
engineering?
that's to send
Oh,
them
that's
out.
okay.
This
Yeah.
is to set them up. This is gonna be
Okay.
subterfuge because you're gonna have to go down there and like these have to be on the ground. So someone's gonna either have to go out. Someone's gonna have to send themselves and your other like Droid Impure Empire troops out like in disguise or in some invisible suits or like shoot these things out like where people aren't going to notice like what the fuck was that coming from the sky. So the first one's going to be, yeah, I think analysis, construction. Second one's coordination, subterfuge, because yeah, that's kind of stealth. And the final one is going to be I think influence because it's kind of it's persuasion. You're persuading them to do it.
Yeah.
Persuasion, psionic engineering. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that one's a +4 for me, so I should probably take that one.
Yes, you should.
I have the subterfuge. I would have a +2 for that roll.
Subterfuge was analysis, correct?
Subterfuge was coordination.
Yeah.
Coordination. Okay.
The first one was analysis construction.
Oh, I would have let me math. I'd have a 2 for that.
Yeah, do you want to do that one?
Sure.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. A 10.
Nice. All right, that gives Lexian, nope, Emiakoi a +1. Your coordination, subterfuge.
Another 10. What the fuck? I've rolled a lot of 10s today.
Yeah. +1 for the influence, psionic engineering.
All right. Yay for all of those pluses because I rolled a 5, so it's a 10.
Nice.
Woo!
10s across the board.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's a 10 kind of day.
It really is.
Yeah. So, yes. So, interesting.
And all my psionic artistic visions that I'm sending them have a very much drawing art slant to them, like historic drawing art.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Based on my guy's picture, I want the whole world wearing fezzes and Turkish vests.
Yeah. Yeah, he is like a little he's a little Turkish alien. Yeah.
And they should love tobacco.
Gold fest. Yeah, gold fest. Yeah. He just needs to, yeah. Cool. Interesting. So yeah. So I think it's this is interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that, and she is the Queen of Perid. She's a like, she's a powerful witch. Yeah. So, you guys, you're operating, and you're thousands of years old at this point. So you understand that things operate on a large time scale. So you probably send these visions over the course of months, if not years, right? And you kind of sit back and watch, and maybe 5 years go by, and you watch as this definitely does mold and impact and just ooh, sorry, ad came on randomly with the little background sci-fi music. That was crazy. Influence things, right? Even parrots, even this disparate, like, warring queendom, she can't help but be impacted by these visions, and the raiding parties, things like that. They slow and they stop, and that influence does change, does kind of start to push them more and more towards an artistic lean. And in Dunson, where things were sort of beginning to break down, and there was kind of this, like, degeneration, as you had all these older noble houses kind of trying to vie for control. They almost have kind of taken on this, like, lackadaisical sort of blase kind of approach to things, where it's like, maybe we really should just be like fucking painting, man. Like, why are, like, what are we doing here? Like, why are we doing this? The only problem you've noticed over the last 5 years is Talio, is this place where there's this sacred master, whoever this masked uh, ruler is. They have somehow stuck to their rigid, ritualistic martial arts. They are, sure, they're churning out um, this drawing art almost with a. They were almost the first to, like, pick it up immediately. Like, yeah, great. Like, let's do this. And almost as if they had a familiarity with the form, as if they had maybe like like that genetic memory or the ancestral memory. They were sculpting little fez wearing drawings, um, and shipping them out across the world quickly. But they're still practicing their martial arts. They're still sort of secluded. There's there's just way more resistance than you guys would be expecting for this far down your on this experimental process. So you would think, you're hoping that, maybe you've got 5 more years before things should be where they should be, in terms of this collective being where it needs to be. But Thalio is not anywhere along the right path. It is just is secluded or secular, and yeah, it is. Something's going on there. You're not sure what, though.
Give me a call. I think you look the part for this. How would you like to be an envoy of the Sky God?
I could do that.
could send you down there to speak with them directly.
I wonder if they would make you fight them.
What was that?
I just said, I wonder if they would make you fight them since it seems their culture is centered around martial arts.
Well, then we just need to make Imnikoi into a fantastic martial artist, right?
You have a good point. Maybe we should, as I
We defeat them in
look
Mortal
at him.
Kombat.
Do you do you know any martial arts, by the way? Imiyakoi?
Emmy.
Imi, that is much better. Thank you. But yeah, do you know any martial arts? I might be able to, help you
10,000
at
years.
least throw a punch.
Kavor finally finds a nickname for Imnikoi.
Hey, she doesn't
Right.
use first names a lot, okay?
Yeah, it's fair. It takes time. Gotta find the right one.
I mean, I could probably learn.
I mean,
Hmm.
I'm assuming that we can do some Matrix, I know Kung Fu shit pretty easy.
Yeah, you've got to know it. You've got to know it.
Yeah. I just want to make sure you're prepared in case, worst comes to worst and they slap you or something. I don't know.
If worst comes to worst, overpowering psionic abilities are going to win.
But still, we want to stay in the groove as long as possible.
The only question I have is, what is our message?
Get with the program? No, we can't say that.
Maybe that they need to shake off some of their rigidity because then they can integrate and spread their martial arts throughout the world and have it become a part of this news culture. That's what you're an envoy for, to tell them that their martial arts is important to the world.
Yes.
Essentially, use your martial arts as an art form. Show the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I think I can do that.
It'll be the capoeira of sci-fi is what this martial arts is going to be.
Interesting. What do we think? Let's check it.
So one that I had thought of was subterfuge
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
with either war or influence.
Yeah. Give me the subterfuge and influence check.
Oh
For
shit.
a couple of reasons. Yeah.
Okay. A subterfuge of 1, influence of -1. Straight roll. Come on.
You might be making a second check quickly. Which is okay.
Anybody want to guess what number came up?
10.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah. Nice. So you get down there, and like I said, things work a little slower. You're down there for a couple months. You get an apartment, set up shop, and pretty quickly, things feel weird. But it's not until a few weeks in before you see the masked singer, no, the sacred master, for the first time, and then it's not for another couple weeks where you actually are able to kind of get a psychic probe on them that's unblocked, and you realize that they're not human at all. That they're a droid, and your probe is quick and powerful, and you're able to kind of quickly figure out why they're here, why this droid is walking around masked and parading as the ruler of this city, as the descendant of a a droid shuttle that had crashed in this area centuries ago, and the descendants of that shuttle are functionally worshipped as their own gods in Talio, or in Thalio, and rule this city. And so that has somehow been able to have been kept a secret from not only the other humans and the other residents of this planet, but the observation post in orbit. But likely that's the reason why the integration with the rest of the planet is being suppressed, because that would see them losing their sort of seat of power. So you have a small, there's maybe 15, 16 of these droid in power here. But
A small cabal of
that's what's going
droid.
on. Yeah, just kind of running this city. Keeping the Church of the Sky Gods, like I said, there's only, there's a few little missions, but they're all on the outskirts of this city. None of them have, are allowed to really build any buildings in more central areas of the city.
After I get this information, I will message back to the outpost and say that there seems to be a small cabal of droid here, essentially being worshipped and running things.
Seems like we need to bring them here to have a talk.
We can
Make
do
them an
that.
offer they can't refuse.
Yes, definitely. I'll get a room ready as I walk away and find a meeting room or, whatever. Make sure everything's copacetic.
Yeah. The question is, do you want to snatch these droid from the city quietly, or do you want to just grab them and bring it back to the ship with a show of force?
I would prefer to do it quietly.
Mm-hmm.
On the ground running things, I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah.
Going to be warfare subterfuge.
Oh, good. At least that's a +1.
Yeah.
12. Hey, I didn't roll a 10 this time.
Woo!
So,
How
yeah,
many
it
10s in
takes
a
a few
row
more-
have we had?
Yeah. You take another week or two to bring in slowly, but, effectively more people, more troops, basically, from the observation posts and your various ships in orbit, and get them in place. Find the location of all these droid, make sure you have all of them located, and quickly, simultaneously, and very well coordinated, grab them. You have to neutralize a few servants, but it's the cost of doing business, I guess. And yeah, you grab them, get him back to a shuttle and get him off world, where Gavor's grinning maw is waiting for them.
Yes.
Yeah. And yes, what are you gonna do to them?
I wasn't gonna do anything. I was just
Okay.
prepping a room. I mean, I
Yeah.
wasn't gonna be like evil about it, but no, like I'll take him to a room where we could talk. You know, we can all chat or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you guys want to do with them?
I guess I would want to start out just talking with them and finding out what they know of droid culture because they've obviously been removed from it for quite a while now.
They don't know a lot. Yeah, I mean, they were born and raised to rule these humans. You know, they maybe they know what they've been taught. So it's they know droid history. It's a little it's like once removed. So it's yeah.
Um, I would
So but
like
they
to
have
intro
yeah they have this
I
like
would like to
nice idea.
introduce them to the wonders of Yaskade and all of
Okay.
our technology.
Yeah. Give me an influence droid cultures check.
A 10. Like a 10.
Nice. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're you know they are they're loath to like lose the power that they had, but also I mean it's better than shitting in a hole. So
So I would,
yeah.
if that's the case, if they're happy to go that way, I would ask that they use their current influence to guide the humans into the right direction. And
Mhm.
then as a reward, the Skygons will have them ascend.
Yeah. Yeah. They because they're they buy into it. They agree. And you send them back. And yeah, another 5 years go by, and yeah, there is a slow 5 years, I guess. I mean, in terms of like statecraft, 5 years is actually pretty rapid. But so yeah, there's a pretty rapid cultural shift for Thalio, and you see their acceptance of the Church of the Sky Gods, and their sort of giving up of the sacred master as the ruler of their city. And yeah, after 10 years, it sort of seems like you've accomplished your goal. I mean, the conflict is at a minimum. People are producing art. It is largely, at least at first, it was largely in the shape of this Turkish drawing. But after 10 years, there's the I guess the cultural conflict is that people are spreading their artistic wings, and yeah, you've got people getting a little more creative, a little more out there. And as you guys are getting ready to pop the whatever the a 10,000-year-old undying hyper intelligent being equivalent of champagne is, you uh you know uh a fleet arrives to move you on, and or your fleet has moved on, and your in-system assets are limited to a dozen in-system defense boats. Each of you has your own jump-capable frigate or yacht. You guys are or near bubbly out drinking it, and you've got your orbiting star base. And then the sensor grid alarm starts blaring as multiple contacts have just jumped into space. They've arrived within orbit of the system's large gas giant, so it's less than a week out, but maybe 6 days or so out, and they don't match any known configuration that you've ever seen in your thousands of years of life. What do you guys want to do?
We are out of my wheelhouse. Either one of you a little more versed in war making?
I mean, I have 0 in war. Depends on the other.
I mean, you just see them as objects on a sensor screen.
And they're too far away to scan or do anything?
You can scan them. Yeah, you can give me a fleet analysis check.
I would have a 2.
I'd have a 1.
Check on my boy, girl, whatever. Fleet. Where is it? So I think that's for Emmy? I think they said 2.
I have a 2. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
9. So I got an 11.
Okay. Yeah. So you see that, like I said, they aren't of any known design, not just to you, but to anything in your database.
Mm-hmm.
But they appear to be extremely well armed. Not only that, but their weapons are on par with those of joined ships of the line. So against like a joined fleet, they would be an even fight. Against your, system defense boats and yachts, it's a slaughter. Why don't you give me a construction analysis check to take a look at this, take a look a little more closely at the scanning data.
Again,
That's a
I would
plus
have
1 for me.
I would have a 2.
I would also have a 2.
A 2?
Yes.
Do you want to do it again? Do you want to do it this time, I should say?
Well, sure. That's what I was going to say. You did the last one. I'll do this one.
Yep.
An 8.
8. All right. So you get that they're not starships. They're robots. They are some sort of artificial intelligence. Obviously capable of reproducing and building more of themselves. And then as the last person to make a check, Ayude, will you give me a synthetic culture analysis check?
Okay. That's a 2. So that would be a 12.
Okay, nice. Yeah, perfect. So looking at the armaments, the way that they arrived on mass, the structure, the way that they are sort of just built in terms of self-replicating, built just purely, it would seem like for war, that a sort of a hegemonizing, I can't really say that word, swarm like this, an artificial intelligence swarm like this, cannot be reasoned or negotiated with. They are like locked into whatever their programming is. And you might even say that resistance is futile.
Of course.
So
Did you just bring the Borg in?
Yeah, he's brought the board.
Uh-huh.
What would you guys like to do?
Um, can we tell if their target seems to be us or the planet itself?
They're currently gathering fuel from the gas giant.
I mean, we can't fight them anyway. If we start taking what we have and moving it away from the planet, we could see who they're going after, us or the planet, right? I mean, honestly, in the end, I think our only option's to jump. Even if they're going after the planet, it's not like we can do anything to save it. Sucks after putting in all that work.
I mean, do we know that they're here for that, or are they just refueling?
That's what I'm. Yeah, we've got to figure out. And I think if we draw our fleet away, we can see if they're refueling and then leaving, refueling, moving toward the planet, or refueling and moving toward us.
Yeah, I mean, your system defense boats are not jump capable, so those will be left behind. But you could probably get your. It'd be cramped, but you could get the crews of those into low berths and on your frigates and yachts and things like that, and get them out of the system.
Yeah, so I think we pull defenses away from the planet. If they're after the planet, we can't do anything anyway. If they're
Okay.
after us and we jump, then they'll scavenge our boats and then leave, trying to figure out where we went, maybe.
Okay.
Is there
Yeah,
a
you
way we
begin
can
to-
shield the planet?
Okay.
Like, at least part of the planet? And us?
Well, he said it. You said it'd be a slaughter if we tried to basically do anything against them, right?
Yeah, the equipment you have right now, it's just so minimal. Yeah, in terms and given the time that you have, yeah, because it's only gonna take them 6 days to get to you, and so constructing anything like that would be, yeah. So
Okay.
it's not necessarily a matter of what you're capable of doing in terms of like ability wise. It's a time and yeah, a time and resources issue rather than an ability thing. Yeah. So yeah.
Is there any
You
way
guys-
we could like send a message to our home base saying, "Hey, this is what's happening and this is what we're going to do before we leave?"
Yeah, you could send a courier pod out. Yeah. Because your
Cuz
home
I
base would be
know
like the next system over, which is probably where you're gonna jump to.
I would
So
at
they would.
least once they like pop in and we're talking on this, I'm going to immediately just send a message. Say, "Hey, this is happening. We're planning this. So, expect us within blah, blah, whatever."
Cool. Yeah, as you go to do that and get ready to hit send, a where is it? A courier pod arrives in system, and you get a meson transmission that comes in before you can even hit send, and informs you that a new and hostile species has been encountered, and that they have attacked several droid colonies, but skipped worlds inhabited by primitive transplanted human or Varga colonies. And that Yaskadre has dispatched
Huh.
a task force to deal with the crisis, and that you're under instruction to hold out for as long as possible and gather information about the invaders.
Oh, God.
The
And we
droid on
gotta
this
be
Well,
ready.
I
world.
guess we can't leave.
There's still
Well,
droid
he
on this
said
world,
hell.
aren't there?
Hmm?
Right. We leave, the planet's fine. I think drawing ourselves away from the planet is still the move. And nothing said we couldn't leave. It said hold out as long as we can. Once we know we can't anymore, we
Huh.
jump.
True. I guess my thought of holdout is stay in
It,
one spot till you're dead.
if we do that, then we're not doing a very good job of gathering information.
No, but information has never been my forte. You know this.
I got you covered. Obviously, we'll want to send messages in case something does happen to us, but we want to get out because we get out with all the information and our lives. And I'm still good living right now.
So the question that I had,
Mhm.
the the droid have been reabsorbed into the colony's been reabsorbed into the Empire, but are they still here?
No, they're not.
Okay, so all we have to do is kind of, well, not show that we're droid. Maybe fall back to the other
Not
side of the
show that
planet. Yeah.
you're not show that you're spacefaring. Yeah,
Yeah.
and non transplanted human or Vargo. Yeah.
I mean, two of us fit that description.
I mean, if you guys want to go stay on the planet, but I really think that would mainly be you, because there's no other Varger on the planet. So
Yeah.
Yes, having
Or might
a
be taking.
strange wolf woman show up would be a little odd.
I mean, I could transplant myself into one of the cities, and then if everybody else is gone by the time they get here in what 6 days,
Mm-hmm.
I can do some recon maybe, see what we're dealing with. Maybe send out an
Don't know.
Hmm.
maybe
How do we get you back
I mean, they might not even step foot on this place.
yeah, if they see that there's no drawing what's it called?
influence?
Influence here, and it's just that they'll just scan it and move on.
But if you're there, then we have to get you off the planet. And if they don't move on right away, getting you off the planet could involve making them think it's a spacefaring planet, and then they destroy it.
How,
That's
how are we
true.
going to get any
The
information
people are
anyway?
living. The people are living at a clearly like medieval level, so they would most likely leave them alone.
Yeah. So I think us moving away from the planet draws them our direction. I don't think they'll go to the planet if we're moving away from it. Um, would us, while we're pre-positioning ourselves, would it be an option for somebody to create like a spying bug, since these are like cybernetic life forms, like a computer virus type thing that goes in and just is like a Trojan? Doesn't do anything to them, just gathers information.
Yeah, yeah, you can do that. Try that. Interesting. Interesting.
Analysis and synthetic cultures,
Now,
or would that
or
be
analysis and
coordination?
construction, because
Well,
we have to
because
build the
yeah,
virus.
yeah. So
Yeah,
that
I
would
think
be
it's
more of
casting.
synthetic, wouldn't it?
But I guess construction is like a physical thing. That's
Yeah.
not so much
Yeah,
physical.
it's like building megastructures too. Yeah. Knowledge and sway. Yeah. I mean, it feels like synthetic cultures, subterfuge,
Maybe even fleet,
analysis. Yeah,
because
yeah,
Starship.
yeah. There's a little bit of like because it's happening in space. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, I'm fine.
I
Yeah,
mean, I
to you
think
guys.
subterfuge, because it says underhanded tactics right there in
Yeah,
subterfuge. A computer
exactly.
virus is an underhanded tactic.
Yeah, it's going after a synthetic culture. I'm fine with either of those. It's up to you guys. Whichever works best for you.
If we did synthetic cultures, I would have a +2. Subterfuge, I'd have a +3. That's the
Uh,
best I can get.
I would have a +3 and or a +2 in total of anything.
Uh, I would have
Are you thinking, or did we lose?
What was the role
Because yeah, it's got a robot there. I'm not sure.
start?
Yeah, I think we lost her throughout that. I think she was
the
talking most of the way through that.
the role that you would be making would be
No, my internet.
subterfuge and analysis, or it would be synthetic
My
cultures and
internet has
analysis.
been,
Yeah.
or Discord has been dipping. But no, I think I have, because I'm pretty sure I have +2 on all the rolls. But which one would go first? Maybe that can decide who does what.
I
Or
think we
do
can
we
do.
know?
I think we can do it in one check. We can do it in one check. It's just your choice on
One
what you want
check.
to do.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
I'm +3, so I got a +3 then. So
But I want to give you guys. I want to give you guys a chance, like multiple different routes of collecting information. So we'll say the bug is one thing. If you guys want to do something else, you can.
all right, so
I
I'll
also
do the
want to
bug.
say I feel like we can. I feel like not quite splitting the difference, but I feel like this might. Is it? Is it gonna? Does everyone have like 15 or 20 extra minutes if we go 15 or 20 minutes over tonight? I just want to add just to timekeeping wise.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be
I
fine.
can do that.
Okay, cool. I just want to try and figure time, just time managing. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, you can do that. I don't know if you guys have other ideas on collecting information.
I mean, I still like the idea of actual eyes on the ground, see if anything actually happens. Because if they just scan the system, or if they just scan the planet and then dip, I mean, I have no problem with that.
Do you want to give me another analysis synthetic cultures check to sort of try to figure out the risk associated with that strategy?
Okay. I would have a +1. And that is boxcars to 13.
You would guess if this is as much of a threat as that message implied, they will probably come down to the planet and you'll be at risk. So you're gonna have to try to like avoid detection. Like there's a chance that you could avoid detection because you're human. Um like also any of you could just also run like into the boonies on this planet and like they're not gonna like walk around the whole planet. You also all have technology capable of on an individual level masking your own signals. Um, like you couldn't hide us. You might not. Well, maybe you could. You could like hide one starship on the planet. You all have those technologies you're capable of doing those sorts of things. Uh, there's just the risk associated with that. You would guess that they will come down to this planet to do a search. You don't know what that's going to look like. Um, you don't know what disruption that's going to cause for the locals. Yeah. So you guess that they'll come down and look. You could die. You know that you also all have like consciousness backups. So you may lose a decade's worth of your own memory, but so be it.
Could I?
I guess if you could hide your yacht on the planet, you could be there locally collecting information.
I don't like it, but if you think it would work well, be my guest.
I mean, I can at least hide myself.
I guess in
Maybe.
theory, there's a risk like maybe they catch all of the data and you're not able to re-upload your consciousness, so there's a chance you die permanently. But yeah.
Can I make a backup of my consciousness?
No. Yeah, yeah. So, oh, yeah, yeah.
I'll leave that one up to you. You're putting yourself at risk. If you wanted to go that way.
Yep.
but it said the rescue fleet's coming. You just don't know when.
I'll just since they're doing that, I'm going to I will help a U day. I'm horrible with names, but I will help him if he needs it. But I'm just gonna like keep my eyes, ears,
I think you're
nose,
making
everything peeled.
you're making the bug,
For
aren't you?
Yep,
yeah,
I'm
like if he
making the
needs
bug.
help with the bug, I can like
Okay.
help. But if not, then I'm just gonna like just stay on the scanners and like just constantly keep an eye on where the enemies are and make sure like we're ready at a moment's notice to do whatever.
Okay. After making the
Um,
bug, you guys are jumping out of the system, right? Is that the plan?
yes, how is
Um,
the bug gonna be deployed? That's what I was curious about.
I mean, it's a digital bug, so we're just
Oh, okay.
we basically just have to find a small vulnerability in their system to get it in there.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
can try
guess
to
you
look.
could maybe it's a situation where you can hunt for the vulnerability while I build the bug.
That's brilliant. I will do that. Because I'm gonna keep an eye on him anyway. It makes if you heard me. I said I will do it. If don't do this
Yes,
to me, Discord.
we heard.
Okay,
At
good.
least I heard that
Thank you.
one.
Discord's being a real bee right now.
Okay. Hold on one sec.
Maybe there's the argument to use uplift engineering for that because it's got cybernetic engineering in there, so that might be a good way. Studying that could be a way to find the vulnerability.
True. I do. What was it? Like my engineering's at 1. This should be interesting. Has everybody had a good week?
Can't complain. Next week will be better because I work a day and a half, and I'm off.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I don't go back until the second.
Lucky. I only get Christmas off and New Year's. No
I'm
extras.
I always save a few days of vacation throughout the year in case I need them. Like one of the boys got to go to the doctor or one thing or another. I mean, my boss is pretty good about letting me take off a few hours here and there, but like if I need to take a whole day, so end of the year rolls around, I always calculate. I try to save enough so that I take my vacation days Christmas to New Year, so I get that long time off every time.
Awesome. That's cool. Oh, have you drank more of the bourbons that you got while you were here?
Um, I opened up the one I got from Bardstown. I've drank some of it. My first bottle of Weller is just about gone. And then I've not had any more of the Henry McKenna and the Maker's Mark. I'm not ready to open that one, at least not yet. Um, so in its honor, I did go out and get a bottle of Maker's Mark cask strength to drink instead.
Nice. That's a
So
good one.
I actually saw somebody selling the Heart collection for
Uh
like
huh.
$450 the other day.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sitting on that
Oh
one for a while.
God.
Yeah, no, it was literally like,
Ugh.
yeah, you can't get this anymore. I don't know if you can even, but they were
Well,
like, yeah,
there's
you can't get this anymore, and then they like had it marked up as like $450, which is
Wow.
well, so what I was reading is there's been two heart releases. So they may have the first heart release, and that's why they're saying you can't get it anymore.
Oh.
okay.
And that's why I'm holding
Maybe.
on to this one, as I'm waiting until you can't get this one anymore. But maybe you can't get
Interesting.
this one anymore by now. I do not know.
But no, the next time you guys come down, we should definitely hit Jim Beam because I finally went on a Jim Beam tour.
Mm-hmm.
You sample like 4 different alcohols, and there's one part where they actually like have you like dip the cast out to get the
Uh-huh.
alcohol in a cup.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, and my friend was the one that was holding the cup, and the alcohol just splashed all over her hand. And the guide said, "Now we can't give you any more, but you do whatever you want with your hand." And she just started licking all the alcohol off, and everybody started laughing. But you can also like get your own. They have whatever that thumbprint bourbon is, like not larceny, but like you could put your thumbprint on top. I forget what it's called, but they can like they'll put you on the line so you can get your own bottle of that alcohol with your thumbprint on it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I forget what it's called, and of course you just pay the price of the alcohol to get it.
Yeah,
So that was cool. I did like that to see him like go down the line through the whole thing. That was cool. So
that'd be
yes, I
good
recommend
seeing
that
Jim.
one. That one was fun.
Jim Beam, Wild Turkey. Where else could we go next time?
Oh, there's a lot. Four
Oh yeah, there's so
Roses.
many.
Four
Yeah, we could
Roses
do
is
a
down
full Four
there.
Roses.
Yeah.
Woodford Reserve is also another good one.
Mm-hmm.
That's one that I still haven't been to.
I think that's the first one I went to. It was pretty good, but now it's been like probably a decade
Oh, what's the other?
since I've been there. I'm trying to think of what else. I think there's one in Lexington, but it's a really small distillery,
Well, there are
town
beer.
hall
There
or
are
something like that.
yeah, there are beer distillers here
Yeah,
too.
yeah. But I think those are the big ones. Yeah, Jim Beam, Wild Turkey, all that. Now, when I went to Wild Turkey, that's when Matthew McConaughey had his, Wild Turkey thing going on. So all the men, all the women were swooning over Matthew McConaughey because they just kept playing parts of his video throughout the tour when we were on the buses. So I just heard a lot of Matthew McConaughey talk about how great this is.
So I found this YouTube channel called Whiskey Tribe, and they were drinking the top five the top five bourbons that their people voted on, which number one was Buffalo Trace, correctly.
Of course.
Um, but they got to the Wild Turkey 101. They said, now we've got Matthew McConaughey's whiskey. They're like, it's not actually Long Branch, it's 101. But you know how this is. Once a celebrity does a whiskey at your distillery, it's their distillery now.
That's funny. I am curious if they're still playing the videos because I would laugh if they were. Because honestly, they probably are. Because that's a thing.
So I take it you watched them already, Alex?
Oh, I've seen quite a bit of their stuff. I haven't watched them recently, but yeah, I've
You,
I remember
I don't know how
recommending them
old
to
it
you.
was. But did you see the one where they went to Starbucks with a bottle of Buffalo Trace?
I think so. It
They
sounds
were seeing
familiar.
if adding 2 ounces of Buffalo Trace to different Starbucks drinks made them better.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
Apparently, the fucking pink drink is just amazing with Buffalo Trace in it.
Interesting.
And I'm like, the pink drink's nasty.
Well, apparently with a
Now I
little
need to
Buffalo
try
Trace, it's fine.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and the caramel macchiato were the big winners. Which I can see the caramel macchiato being good with Buffalo Trace. No, I always say Buffalo Trace is the most bourbon. I won't say it's the best bourbon, but it's the most bourbon.
It's the bourboniest bourbon.
Yeah.
Well, according to a lot of the internet, I guess, they agree. At least a lot of the internet that I've seen recently, they would agree.
Like, I think of the taste of bourbon, and that's the taste I think of. And I already thought that before I ever tried Buffalo Trace. Like, the first time I drank Buffalo Trace, I'm like, this is bourbon. This is what I've been thinking of this whole time.
Yeah. I looked it up, and there's a like Jim Beam, Four Roses, Bullet Distilling Company, Angel's Envy. Uh, what is it? Michters?
Yeah, Michter's would be
Michters.
one to see because they're always getting high marks on their whiskeys.
Mm-hmm. There's like Old Forester, Town Branch, obviously Woodford Reserve. What was the
There's
other
a
one?
lot.
Yeah. Lux Row. That's one that I've seen, but I haven't like actually seen their, or I don't know if I've seen their whiskeys.
I feel like I've heard that name, but I can't place a whiskey with it.
Mm-hmm. James E. Pepper Distillery.
What? I don't know that one.
I'm on the Kentucky Bourbon Trail right now,
Huh.
and like a lot of these from like the second page on, it's like I've never heard of these second sights spirits.
Never
A
heard
lot
of
of
them
S's.
either.
Whiskey Thief Distilling Company. There's the Willet Distillery. The Bard
Sorry.
Distillery.
Okay, I'm back.
We've just
RD1
been looking up
Spirits.
distilleries. It's fine.
Nice.
Pensive Distilling Company.
Oh, Matthew Lillard came out with his tequila.
Ah,
Yeah. It's been out since
I got
October,
emails
I
for one
think.
that. Yeah, I got emails for one like around Halloween.
Is it
Mm-hmm.
good tequila?
I don't know. We didn't have it. I only tasted Rogue and Warlock, and then some people got to taste Dragon, which is out now, before it was out at the tasty thing. They said it was really good, but I can't vouch for them. I didn't taste it.
Apparently, is that Rebel 100? That's Rebel. Is that Rebel Yell? Are they from Luxrow? That's where Brooks is.
Alex, did you roll? I make you roll yet?
No, I did not.
Okay. Will you give me? So how are you gonna hang out on the planet?
Uh, I'm going to hide the ship somewhere kind of far away.
Did I make anybody roll? Anyway,
No, you
sorry.
No,
didn't make
nobody
anybody
has
roll
rolled.
yet.
Okay, cool. Well, let's start with
You
okay.
said we all succeeded. Perfect.
Exactly, that's
Yeah,
what I heard.
that's what. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start with the planet and then we'll move outwards. So you're gonna hide the ship somewhere away from a. Okay,
Yeah.
and then what?
And then I'm going to probably hide in like Thalio
Hmm.
and uh kind of like hide myself, like disguise, blend in, try not to stand out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
He's gonna get himself a Turkish vest and a fez.
Yeah. That's the new like standard uniform.
If that's the culture, then yes. But yeah, I would just essentially try to blend in with the people there,
It's
and
just Turkey. The whole planet is just Turkey.
and
Yeah.
uh like put myself in a position to like watch things, but try not to get involved
Okay.
because I
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, you give me a subterfuge coordination check.
Okay.
And yes, hiding in a highly populated area. Yeah, that's okay. And then for the computer bug, will you give me a also subterfuge. But I think it's gonna be I think warfare, because it's a tactic, combat and tactics. Yeah, it's a technological warfare, cyber warfare.
That makes sense. Damn, I didn't. That was the one I didn't bump, so it's still a -1. That leaves me at a 1 on. Let's go for it.
I rolled an 11, by the way.
I have an 11 too.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
Now
We've
find
moved
me
on
a
from
hole,
10s.
Lord. I need a hole to stick my Trojan in.
Yes. Okay. My brain has to reset real quick. Yeah. So, after you guys set your computer virus, I asked the question. I think, did you say yes or no as far as jumping away? Are you guys gonna just stay in? I mean, if you stay in space, you're gonna get like blown away.
Right. Yeah.
Fair.
No, we would be jumping away. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll kind of look at things from the
And I
angle
guess I would
of
have the bug set up to beam information down to Emmy's ship since it stayed on the planet.
cool. Yeah, and I think that and it works okay in the sense that it yeah. Okay, we'll look at things from Emukoi's perspective. One, Emukoi, you see a couple things that are crazy over the next like couple weeks, right? It's a couple weeks before you get salvation in the form of friends and other drawing. And the Borg comparison was not inaccurate, as over the next couple weeks there are some really funky looking humans walking around offering gold and swords that they claim to be magic, which really do cut through anything. And these people are covered in this like black webbing that seems to be impervious to anything, right? And for information on basically you guys and whether or not the people of Thalio know that they are hiding you, they don't give you up. But you do get some information. You do find out that they clearly have no interest in them. They are clearly looking for you guys hiding on the planet. They also seem to discover that there were drawing in the past here. They would like to root them out if they're still there. They're not anymore, so it's not a problem. The computer virus was maybe hoping to I think piggyback off of their communications network between each other, and never seems to pick up an in route, even though the virus worked. And over the couple weeks, Emukoi is kind of trying to figure out why. And you learn that this AI, they communicate through telepathy, and a powerful scion can perceive but not understand their transmissions. And they are able to reproduce or build more of themselves, but it's a somewhat slow process. So you learn a fair amount about your new enemy over the course of these next couple weeks. We kind of cut to your friends coming out of jump space, and as you guys come out of jump space, you see a fleet of Shrine Empire ships, and you feel a curious sensation of a telepathic contact drift across the surface of your mind, and it's unfamiliar but like oddly inspiring and comforting. And this is like right as you come out of jump space. It's almost paternal, even for those of you like Gavor with no sense of like reference for that. And that contact grows stronger, and then a figure just poof, teleports using psionic power onto the bridge of your ship. And it's a drawing, but not one of any cast you've ever seen before. And he exudes power, authority, intelligence, and like even divinity. And at first, you can only assume that this is Yaskadre because you've never actually seen Yaskadre in person. But the drawing detects this thought, this fleeting thought you have, and kind of cocks his head and says, "No, I am 174. You will accompany me and aid me." And he unclips a silver disc from his belt, throws it into the air, and it extends into a free-floating teleport portal. And he gestures to it, says, "Please." And it leads to the bridge of the largest warship in this fleet, where the two of you are teleported to. And we kind of cut to boom, 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 this fleet jumping into space outside of Cordalon. There's for a similar interaction and a little bit more like kind of eye roll, weary expression from 174 as he interacts with Emyakoi and brings Emyakoi to the bridge of his warship. And the battle above Cordalon begins. Will the best of you, or the one of you who has the best, let's see, fleet and war, the highest combined fleet and war DMs, make a
1.
fleet war check for me.
That is not me.
And then you'll also get a +2.
I have a 1.
Minus.
No, wait, you get a +3 for your various sources of information gathering.
Do you want to do it or do you want me to do it?
What's your
Oh, it's a 1. War fleet is 1.
I mean, I guess I can do it. So
Sure.
you said I would also get a +3 from that, so it would be a +4?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. 7, 11 total.
Okay. Oops, wrong one. So you're taken back to the head of, or to the bridge of 174 ship, and then given command of one of the ships of the line, one of these massive warships of this fleet, as this huge battle rages between these AI and the Empire, this fleet, and you guys win. You come out on top, but it is clearly a Pyrrhic victory. All three of you, your ships fall, and you wonder. Well, how about this? Will you all give me, all three of you, analysis and logistics checks to see if you can send a message back to yourselves. In the fleeting moments before your ships explode, you hope to send a message to one of the remaining ships that will get back to your new bodies.
14.
Nice. Okay. And Miyakoi's message will reach his new body,
And 11.
as will Ayude's,
10.
as will Kavor's. Awesome. So all three of you wonder, and your messages with this thought reach your bodies, that you expected 174 to have some sort of magical idea that would befit the what became evident that what he was a one of the sons of Yaskadre, one of grandfather's sons. So a god in his own right. You thought he would create a miracle. But what he really did was sacrifice more of Yaskadre's servants, and did it easily, as if it was, just flicking away a nail clipping. He almost used you as a screen, a human shield, or a Varker shield. For Ayude, I imagine it's almost particularly painful, because you'd think that he would hold a droid like you in somewhat higher esteem, but no, he just uses you to succeed the battle. And maybe not. Maybe you see it like he does, or like he possibly does. So the battle's won, but you all fall and are restored into copies. And these messages and these kind of ravings, and you have to wonder what you were thinking at the time. And over the next 100 years, the Droid Empire and what's come to known as the Jaibusi, this AI thing, they war until the Empire wins out and the last of this AI is destroyed. And we move forward another 3,000 years to minus 3,002. The Empire is now at tech level 26 plus at the core. It's no longer really even worth keeping track at that point. It's just magic. On the fringes, it's tech level 23, between 23 and 24. At this level of technology, teleportation portals are ubiquitous. Whole planetary systems are crossed with a single footstep. Some ships still have their own jump drives, but it's more common to use interstellar gates to travel from system to system. And Yaskadre's new Ansible network links the entire ancient civilization together. Some notable recent events: the arrival of the Suns, with an O. Those are Yaskadre's clones or children or whatever they are. 400 of them, physically and mentally identical to grandfather, but changed and shaped by their own experiences, each mimicking the structure of the old centralized government, a control over and command over several hundred districts of the new empire. Technological progress has increased in speed, but each son is following his own line of development. And the debates on how to integrate the various technologies from the different districts are ongoing, but hampered by the fact that only the sons understand how many aspects of the new technology, or understand many aspects of the new technology. Cordelon, your guys' pet project, has fulfilled its potential. It's still a sort of, what theocracy? Would that be the right word? It's still a religious theocracy now, but it is one giant artist collective. It's ruled by the LSD using art-loving Pope, but yeah, I mean, that's Cordelon, baby. You know, thanks to ongoing manipulation of the culture, like psychology and genetics of the inhabitants, it's now a world of brilliant artists, and the planet has been allowed to advance to tech level 8. So yeah, it's great. A flying droid city, it's called Thuat, now hangs in the skies above, and the city is a site of a grand celebration of the arts. And 174 has established a research station close to the system's star, and this base is called EI apostrophe A. And you've all been invited to visit it several times. But I imagine the feeling's kind of like maybe bittersweet. Maybe you've swallowed the sensation by this point. And you can all spend 10 more of those points if you would like to. Up to you.
Oh man.
Huh. Are we ending for the night here?
We'll probably go for, like I said, like maybe 15 more minutes and then
Sure.
be done. I would say I wouldn't worry too much about spending it. You won't make a whole bunch of checks. We're almost done. So if there's something you really want to have, great, but you'd be okay. Otherwise,
If that's the case, I think I'm good with what I got, so I'm
Okay.
good to move on.
Yeah, I don't think I
Uh,
really need anything.
does anybody have any of the cultures drawing uplifting or primitive at 3 or more?
I have
I've got
primitive at
drawing
3.
at 3.
No.
Sorry, drawing and primitive, is that what I heard?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I can get uplifting to 3 real quick if you want.
Yeah, if you want to, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, because it
I
would
could
just
also
it would
do
be
the
up to
same, but
yeah, it would be 2 to 3. So I mean, I'll do that.
Okay, cool. So with all those things,
There,
see.
done.
So Ayude, you know, over the last couple thousand years that there are growing differences between Yaskadre and his sons, and the High Council, which is becoming like an increasingly divided political body, has called for the sons, or kind of not divided, but almost a useless political body, has called for the sons to use the Ansible network to improve cohesiveness across the empire. And then for Emukoi, with your primitive and synthetic cultures, you know that the Suns have mostly abandoned Yaskadre's uplift experiments as a dead end, and human and Varga worlds are being ignored and left to decay, especially in worlds that are, or in areas that are controlled by the Suns. Yaskadre still kind of like, you know, influences human and Varga worlds in areas where he's in control of. And then for your synthetic cultures, you know that there are traces on the data network, rumors of the old League of New Thought, that it's still extant, so it still exists, although it could be a cover for the Suns who oppose Yaskatre. Then we cut to the party, the grand unveiling. 3,000 years have passed since the victory over the alien invaders. Cordelon is now a world of culture and art, and today marks a grand festival to celebrate the continued rise of the Droid civilization. Hundreds of ships have come through the interstellar portal from the core worlds. Everywhere you look, you see teleportals opening to disgorge AI drones, and other telepresences. Weird word. As well as servant robots and uplifted pets. There's a carnival air to the whole world, and you are all at the center of it, kind of being celebrated. This festival acknowledges your contributions to the development of Cordelon. The one guest who should be here but is conspicuously absent is 174, that son could step through a portal at any moment, but his absence is remarked on by other delegates. What are you guys doing kind of to participate with this celebration? Are you putting other delegates at ease or kind of just participating? Have you kind of, in the 3,000 years, have you guys like stayed and found proteges among the like Cordelon and the artists, or left? What have you guys been up to?
I felt like I would have gotten into the whole influencing them with drawing culture thing, so I probably would have
Yeah.
found a protege and continued doing that.
Okay.
Started teaching them about Turkish coffee and things like that.
Cool. Yeah. How about Emukoi?
Emukoi would have probably gone down and mingled a little bit. Just like checking things out over the years, making sure things are running well and everything's pretty much okay. But then during the party, I would be like just talking to diplomats, making sure that everybody's like chill.
Mm-hmm. And Gvor?
How much do I know about other Vargers? Like, do I know that they're getting ignored?
Yeah, you would know that they're getting ignored in certain sections of the Empire. Yeah.
I fuck it. I'm gonna go visit those places and just check up on them. And if they need something, I'll try to get it for them because I'm not gonna let my people go to shit.
Okay. So yeah, it's kind of what you have been doing the past like 3,000 years.
Yeah.
And then maybe at this party, you're kind of going around talking with delegates, like still trying to kind of campaign for Vargers.
Hell yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what I do.
Cool.
Maybe I
like
don't know if it would put them at ease, but it's like
So
y'all started this. You need to,
yeah,
you
so
need to do
schmoozing,
something.
but
Yeah.
but in your Gvori aggressive way.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I've,
Cool.
I've got Turkish vendors at the
Yeah.
street vendors at the party everywhere, though.
True ice cream. Yeah. Um, will you all give me synthetic culture analysis checks?
It's a 9 for me.
I rolled a 7.
About Courtney.
You said synthetic
Synthetic culture analysis.
cultures? Did you say
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you hear me?
Yeah. Analysis.
Okay. Yeah, a 10.
Then okay. Cool. Yeah. So Emnikoi and Aida are kind of busy checking in on, they're doing their thing. You're going around and you're interacting with so many different people that you're kind of like watching the crowd. And one thing that you all know is everyone and everything in the Empire has a data halo, which is this sort of aura of associated information, software agents and authorizations that just kind of goes around their head. Wherever one droid looks at another, and you guys, they see not only the other's physical appearance, but also the public aspects of the other's data halo. In a crowd like this, the sheer informational density is staggering. But a moment ago, Gvor noticed that as a teleportal opened, a trio of drones stepped out, and there was a microsecond, just a flicker, where there was no information over their heads, nothing. And then, boom, halos popped up all around them. And it could have just been a glitch, you know, and most software wouldn't have picked it up, but your systems are military grade, and the only people the only people without halos are those from outside the Empire, and the only ones that wouldn't pop up like that would be fake ones that would have that sort of delay, or that ones where they go and kind of that would typically glitch like that. There are rumors of renegade droid colonies, even the long vanished League of New Thought, who oppose Yaskadre. And if so, what are they doing here?
I'm assuming I'm an entity now. I've been around for an extremely long time.
Uh-oh.
Do you hear me? Oh God, no, Discord! I swear to God. Okay, wait a minute.
That's better.
It always works when she's angry at it.
Yeah.
Right?
It's kind of
I'm
funny
just
that
gonna
way.
yell at it that it works. But no. So I am a known entity. I'm assuming because I have been around for like thousands of years at this point.
Especially at this party, you're like you guys are the guest of honor. Yeah.
I track them. I'm assuming I can track them because I saw what happened.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna see where my friends are and kind of give them a signal to come over. And I'm gonna start following them, like with a distance. Obviously, I'm not gonna be right behind them. And keep moving. And whenever my friends get to me, I'm gonna say they have fake data halos. I think we have intruders. You might want to tell somebody. I'm gonna keep an eye on them. And I will just follow at a distance, not try to get too close, but always keep them in eyesight. Okay. The rest of the party.
I would probably actually be okay going over and like chatting with them some.
Okay.
You can, I'm not.
And see if I could talk with them and kind of gather any information. Like, I mean, obviously they've got their fake data halos there, so I would be going off of that and talking to them about where they're from and stuff, and try to see if I can figure out any slip ups in there, or I can find any holes in their story or anything, or gather some information like reading between the lines.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Will you give me an? How about Emyakoi? What are you gonna do?
I mean, probably at a different time, do something very similar to what oh God, I haven't said your name the entire time.
Ayude?
Ayude, yeah. Probably do at a different time. Probably do something similar to what Ayude's doing, and just go around, talk to him, say hi, how's it going, where are you from, how you liking it so far, and all that stuff. But also be kind of keeping an eye out for any inconsistencies or anything.
Yeah.
Is any of us informing the guards about potential breach?
I could do that before.
Cool. Yeah.
Like, yeah. I could do that before, and then, like, as you're going over and talking to them, I'll go over and talk to the guards, and then a little bit later I'll come over and talk to them.
As you're doing that, will you give me a influence join cultures? Because you said you're talking to them about like where they're from, that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Influence join cultures check.
8 plus 5 will be 13.
Cool. Yeah, they start talking to you, and they look at you, and you're talking to them. And at first, it's kind of pleasantries, and they look at your fez, look at your which you've worn for thousands of years. Look at your vest. Man's been like just committed to his one outfit, and they they go, "We are members of the League of New Thought, and I suppose it's better if we dispense with the pleasantries. Um, we would like to offer you a chance to be uplifted yourself, as you've done with so many cultures in the past, and you have done with Cordelon.
Uplifted.
Yes, just as the High Council did with Yaskadre, as they have tried to hide from Aldroin.
You're going to have to elaborate. A little out of touch with the League of New Thoughts full messaging here.
Yes, yeah, and they go into like kind of records that they believe that they found that according to like they've stolen some genetic secrets and according to their records Yaskadre was an ordinary droid who just united various droid cities and founded the High Council, and that to keep the empire together the council sort of perpetrated this myth of some sort of immortal super genius, and they conducted these secret experiments and using some sort of formula elevated that droid to this godlike intellect, and that they have found this formula and are looking for someone who they can elevate that will challenge Yaskadre, and they have come here to offer that formula and that uplifting to you.
So you're offering me specifically godlike abilities?
They nod in sequence or like in unison.
Does anyone else with the League of Thought have these abilities?
They shake their head no.
Why have you not given it to anyone else yet?
You are one of grandfather's or Yaskadre's most trusted. You are closest to him. You have proven powerful. You are the most worthy.
Hmm. I have to say, it's interesting to say the least. Obviously, making a big fuss about that here in the middle of this party might be bad for yourselves and mine as myself as well. So maybe we continue the rest of the party like you're good Empire folk like the rest of us, and we can speak afterwards.
They nod and yeah, stare at you.
Well, probably will look bad if I'm mingling with you guys the whole time. So appreciate the chat, and I'll get back with you later. And I'm going to go do some mingling elsewhere. I suggest you guys do some mingling around as well.
Yeah, they turn and walk off, start mingling with each other.
Oh man, what do I want to do with this information?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I guess for now, I'll go back to my friends and say, oh, they're definitely not from the Empire, dissenters of sorts, but they seem to be here peacefully, no interest in causing any trouble.
Well, that's good.
So maybe it's best we just make sure that they hold to that and let the party go on, continue on as normal. Hate to ruin the whole party with this outing them right in the middle of it and all. Doesn't look good on the Empire either.
Well, the guards have been alerted.
Currently, I feel like I'm on pretty good talking terms with them. So anything weird gets to going on that you or the guards notice, make sure and let me know, and try and deal with them myself. Try to keep everything peaceful and quiet.
For sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Ayude, what are you gonna do? Or I guess, yeah, what are you gonna do?
I mean, how long have I been alive now?
At least 8,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all this goes wrong. I only live 8,000 years. This goes right. I'm a god.
Mm-hmm.
I, I mean, I feel like we've did many a great things. I think he's interested. I think I would have to. I'd have to try to talk more with these people about this.
Okay. Uh, will you
And
give
I
me
don't think I
a?
can
Oh,
tell
go
my
ahead.
friends, sadly, because I think they're a little more loyal than I would be.
Yeah.
I mean, my people are going hungry. I'm not as loyal as you think I am.
Well, Yaskadre is still in control. The Varga
Yeah.
are thriving.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Yeah.
rest. I
Yeah.
can't just,
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, it'd be worth becoming a. So yeah, uh, well, okay. First, Emikoi, will you give me a influence drawing cultures check real quick? Sorry, we're so close. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
wrap this up.
I have a +1. That is an 8.
Excellent. Yeah, you talk to them, and they're weird, but they just kind of chat with you, and they kind of stare blankly at you, and they kind of do that like one-sided conversation thing, where like they answer your question, and then they just kind of stop talking, and then if you ask
Mm-hmm.
them another question, they just kind of answer it, and then they stop talking. But they don't go a whole lot farther. They just kind of,
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
enjoy yourselves. Have a good time. Have some of the wine. It's a
yeah.
local variety.
Thank you. And they walk off.
Yep.
Will Ayude, will you give me an uplift coordination check?
That is not. That's a straight up for me.
Dang, because I have a
And
+4 in
I'll
that.
tell you right now, it's 14 plus is what you're trying to hit.
Well, I rolled a 6,
ooh.
so I'm not hitting.
Oof.
Yes. All right. Cool. Um. So you they sort of take you into this like back room, and as you're following them to like a meeting room or something like that, both Emyakoi and Gvor, you hear in your heads, just let it happen. Just watch and wait. And you both look, and it's almost as if the party is in slow motion. There's another droid that looks identical to 174, but you know immediately it's not 174. Just standing there, watching you guys, and turns his head and watches the four of them, these three droid and Ayude, go into this back room and walk off. Just wait. And they go back, and the door closes, and There's a pause. The party kind of time kind of resumes its normal speed, and he kind of walks to the center, and you feel that kind of like ask or request to meet him in the center as well.
I go there.
And the
Mhm.
droid kind of looks at the two of you, and you feel that same paternal presence. And he looks at both of you. Poor Ayude, ever the free thinker. He's failed me today. Him and all my sons, as they have failed your kind. My sweet Gavor. And he holds his hand up and kind of strokes like one of your giant biceps. and and come. We must met out justice. And he turns and walks and follows that door where you go through this door in this meeting room. Ayude's sitting on this table, and there are these three drawing around him, and they've got like data pads, but they also have like kind of like weird runes inscribed on this table, and they're like trying to do some sort of weird technological yet psionic ritual sort of thing, and it's clearly just not working. And Ayude, you can feel this presence as it enters, and you just it's not like you can see the disappointment on his face. You can just feel this like crushing, psionically crushing disappointment as these three Gerard just drop dead. And Yaska Dre is standing there in front of you, just shaking his head. His wings kind of twitch a little bit. I tried. I tried, Ayude. I tried for you and my sons. All of you failed experiments, I suppose. I created you all to oversee the Empire and shepherd it as I had. I guided it for so long. Hoped that all of you would one day. And that I could turn my attention to my own experiments and my own creations. And he turns and looks at Emyakoi and Gvor. But I see now that what my sons and ultimately what you lacked is wisdom. Wisdom acquired over 40,000 years. And, well, you were all brand new when I loosed you on the universe. I think the only option now is to wipe all of you out. But I fear that the ensuing war will destroy the Droid Empire. And what's the suppose what's the upside of that? The loss of the Empire versus letting 400 mad geniuses and one fool in a fez and a vest running amok in the galaxy. What say you, Vor, Emyakoi? Should it be war, me against my sons? Should I? No. second chances are for mortals. He looks at you guys questioningly.
I personally think your son should die. That's just me. Not to be, I, I don't know what I would call it, but not for the way they just, what's the word? Completely ignore half of the, two separate species that were helped by them. To ignore them is, I say, at least for them, they can all burn in hell.
He turns and looks over his other shoulder at Emiakoi.
Unfortunately, your sons have put cracks and fractures in throughout the entirety of your empire. I don't think that they should exist anymore, especially for what they've been doing. Unfortunately, I know what that possibly means the destruction of the entire empire. I think you should
He
still
looks
do
at
it.
he listens and turns his head and looks at Ayude. So be it. And kind of leans forward, and there's this like crackling green energy, and this like burst of psionic energy lurches out at Ayude. You guys are all kind of like briefly blinded by it, and you hear another one down, and you realize you're it's like being awoken right in the middle of REM sleep. It's like someone's just pushed you out of bed. You are bam back in your bodies as Lexian, Gino, and Jinx, and you can see grandfather kind of floating there. And I'll put this picture up, launching this huge shot of this green energy out of the station at that huge narwhal shaped horn of seven. And he looks at you guys and says, "Your ship, 2 halls down. Run. You haven't much time." And there's a ship.
Oh man, I got so many questions.
Gino, let's just go.
Will Lexian? I know you. I don't. Hopefully, you have. I don't know if you have a character sheet open. Will you give me a quick piloting check?
I do have my character sheet open.
Sweet. Thank you.
All right.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Hey, so can I waste 9 luck on this?
Yeah. You want to? Yeah.
This will be the only thing I use my luck on anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna use 9 luck, and you want me to make a pilot spacecraft, which would be a +3, so +12. Holy shit, that's the lowest I ever rolled. That was a 3. I made a 15.
15. Nice.
Holy
Yay
crap.
for all the luck.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's perfect because you come out and there's a giant ship, there are drones galore. Like any obstacle that is in your way, you dodge it. And there's a second of these giant portals that has been activated, and you are boom flying for it. You guys are all in there. Like one of you, gets 428 up. He's jellying his way there. So is Sour. And Failsafe, turns and just goes to work as one more of Yaskadre's servants, because that's what Failsafe is. But as you here it is, got it finally in the end. This site that you guys come out to.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's hiding behind some of the. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You dodge past. There are this scene is also dotted. That's the planet in the background. The scene is also dotted with thousands of drones that you are just dodging this giant ship through as you hurtle towards this this portal, and the station unleashes what is got to be its spirit bomb, its biggest attack possible. Right, you can see that eye. It is a power that humans won't know exists for another 20,000, if not 200,000 years. It is something just unimaginable that, if maybe not for grandfather's own hopefully power shielding you, would probably just on its own radiation and not have annihilated you. And it unloads onto Seven that is right there. And as the light fades from it, one of you is looking out of the window or looking on the sensors. Seven is just unaffected, like just dust on his shoulder, just brushing it off. And you see two bolts come from Seven's hull, one that just ripples straight down that iris or that hole into the station and explodes it, and the other that bam hits right in the back of your ship as you go through this portal in a scene that is becoming way too familiar for you guys. You are just spinning ass over tea kettle.
At least Lexian didn't do it this time.
Lexian did not.
At least.
ass over tea kettle. So fast, so many G-forces that your brains cannot keep up with it, and you guys go black. And we will pick up in normal space, but unconscious next time.
Do we have a 428 with us too?
You do have 428 with you.
Okay.
And Sour. You just don't fail safe.
What about Eamon?
Yes, you have aim. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
So we've only had one permanent death.
Only one permanent death.
I mean, that's better.
Gino has a strong desire to go buy a Fez.
Fez the best.
Yep.
All right, thank you guys for letting me go over. I appreciate that.
Oh, this was great.
Yeah, that was cool.
Okay, cool. I was curious about how that was gonna